The Cuyahoga County Council regular meeting for Tuesday, July 2nd, 2024 is now called to order. Andrew, would you please call the roll?
Good evening. It is now 5:02 p.m. As a reminder to all in attendance, this meeting is being recorded and live streamed on the county's YouTube page. Calling the roll, Mr. Byrne.
Here.
Mr. Gallagher.
Here.
Mr. Schron is absent. Ms. Conwell.
Present.
Ms. Turner.
Present.
Ms. Stevens. Ms. Stevens is absent at the moment. Ms. Simon.
Here.
Mr. Kelly.
Here.
Mr. Miller.
Present.
Mr. Sweeney.
Present.
Council President Jones.
Here.
You have a quorum.
All right, thank you. Talking to me? Okay. All right. At this time, I would like to make a motion.
No Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, thank you. Pledge of Allegiance. Let's all stand. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Now, at this time, I would like to make a motion to amend the agenda to consider a resolution on first reading adoption under suspension of the rules. The proposed resolution is in front of you. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Now, Madam Clerk, please read the item into the record.
Resolution 2024-0267, temporarily amending Rule 17 of the Cuyahoga County Rules of Council effective July 3rd, 2024 through August 1st, 2024, to establish additional guidelines and procedures for public comment at council and committee meetings.
All right. I'd ask for a motion to suspend the rules, Rules 9D, to consider this item for first reading adoption.
Mr. President, I move to suspend the rules.
Second.
All right. Again, is there any discussion? If not, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. All right. So is there now a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Second.
So this resolution would implement temporary rules governing public comment for council and committee meetings for the rest of the month of July, to give us an opportunity to consider the permanent rule changes being introduced and referred to committee this evening. To be clear, these temporary rules will not impact public comment for tonight's meeting. Everyone who is signed in prior to tonight's meeting will have an opportunity to speak. If there are any questions about the details, council staff is available to address them. Again, I ask council, is there any discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. All right. Before we begin our public comment period, I'd like to remind everyone that we welcome your input and respect your right to voice your opinion on the issues that matter to you. However, this council has a right to and responsibility to maintain and enforce content-neutral rules of decorum. The council's rules of decorum have been posted on the doors of the council chambers, and copies of these rules are also available in the back. We expect speakers and members of the audience to abide by these rules. Individuals who flagrantly or repeatedly violate the rules of decorum will be removed from the council chambers for the remainder of the meeting and may be barred from attending future council meetings. We have a lot of people who have signed up for public comment, so we will be strictly adhering to the 3-minute time limit. When you hear the bell, please conclude your comments. Everyone who signed up will have their opportunity to speak. Finally, at the request of the Sheriff's Department, we ask that attendees please take a seat during the meeting and not loiter in the aisles or at the back of the chamber. If all seats are occupied, overflow attendees can watch the meeting via the monitor directly outside of the chambers. At this time, Madam Clerk, we will hear our public commenters.
Lucas Wagner. Mr. Wagner, is the green light on the microphone that you're looking at?
No.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lucas Wagner. Last council meeting, I briefly mentioned the Great Famine in Ireland, often called the Irish Potato Famine, while speaking with Chris Ronayne. Like the current genocidal famine in Gaza, it was not naturally occurring, it was man-made. In Ireland, the British exported crops overworked Irish folks were forced to produce, and when the crops failed, the British continued exporting viable food while leaving the Irish to starve. Today, we're witnessing an infinitely worse man-made famine in Gaza, where the occupation has destroyed meals systematically, some with bombs and others through the genocidal blockade. They've had mills that were reduced to being used as shelter when they ran out of fuel because they were unable to refuel because of this very same blockade. I think of how the IOF has been intentionally targeting people seeking food, bombing children in line for bread, and bombing children who are retrieving food and water. The IOF stormtroopers have continuously provided cover for the settlers as they block the aid trucks. The fact that there have been multiple mass murder events called flower massacres should tell you exactly what kind of monsters our county's bonds are fueling. With these Israel bonds, we are materially supporting the calculated, intentionally engineered starving of an entire population. I know Cuyahoga County has a large Irish population, some of whom have ancestors who fled the famine, boarding their ships to Turtle Island. Which leads me to something I wanted to ask Chris Ronayne. I don't see him here, but I'll still ask it nonetheless. Chris, do you think that Catherine and Patrick would be proud of you, seeing that you have funded a worse man-made famine than the one that they fled? Or do you think they'd be turning in their graves right now watching the depravity you've helped sow? Free Palestine by any means necessary.
Rabbi Miriam Geronimus. Rabbi Miriam Geronimus. Okay, moving on. Mara Lane. Mara Lane. Moving on. Shireen Nasser. Shireen.
Hello, my name is Shireen Nasser. I live and work in Cuyahoga County. This is the fourth time I speak at this podium since April 9th. Despite multiple attempts to secure a meeting with Chris Ronayne and most recently Pernell Jones, we've been unable to meet with either of you. I hope we can do so soon in the future. So here I am again. Last Friday, as I was leaving my house to go to work, a 10-year-old neighbor stopped by to tell me her family had fallen on hard times and she needed some help. I sent her off with some food, money, and books. And this is not the first time. Meanwhile, about 30% of my income never makes it to my bank account because it pays for insurance that barely covers my medical expenses and tax dollars that leave me with a shit educational system, massive holes in my roads, and endless wars in the Middle East. We come here week after week asking you to reinvest our tax dollars into local businesses or local municipal bonds instead of in a foreign country. And all I keep hearing is that it's this county's fiduciary responsibility to ensure a return on our tax dollars. I argue it's your fiduciary responsibility to ensure a 10-year-old in your county doesn't have to go begging her neighbors for money in one of the richest countries in the world. Whatever investments you're making in that return is shit if I still have folks sleeping on the sidewalk in front of my office building in a city that has plenty of vacant housing. Today, Aaron Bushnell, the U.S. serviceman in the Air Force who self-immolated in front of the Israeli embassy in D.C., would have turned 26 years old. He is a reminder that our elected representatives have stopped putting Americans first. The genocide in Palestine might seem far away to each of you, but it's not far away for the family living paycheck to paycheck while the U.S. greenlights over $25 billion for bombs to murder another 15,000 Palestinian children. The genocide in Palestine is not far away for our military, who are self-immolating, who are resigning, who are disillusioned by our blind investment in one of the most amoral and disorganized militaries in the world. Here's what we're spending our $16 million on. A foreign military that writes obscene messages on missiles before sending them to murder entire families. A foreign military whose soldiers invade homes, steal women's lingerie, and pose while wearing them, then posting them on social media for likes. A foreign military who murdered a Palestinian man by sodomizing him with a hot metal rod, as reported in the New York Times. I can keep going. This information isn't hard to find. This foreign military that we pay for with our tax dollars broadcasts all of this happily. It is a choice to make that investment. It is not the only choice that can be made here. We are asking you to make a different choice, one that would keep our county's money here in local investments for the 10-year-old that lives down the street from me, so she doesn't have to come begging for money and food, so that we can take care of our people instead of paying Israel to murder Palestinians. Thank you for your time.
Sean Abbott Clafter. Sean Abbott Clafter. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sean Abbott Clafter. I had some prepared remarks, but I did want to talk about that shady resolution that was just brought up before the meeting. There was a few things that caught my attention. One, you called it R2024-0267. What's that? I don't see that on the agenda. There's no resolution by that number on the agenda, so I don't even know what you're talking about. Presumably, you were talking about -0266, which seems like inevitably what you're trying to do is somehow allow us to speak less or limit public comment or not be here. But again, we also don't know because this resolution doesn't contain any actual information other than that it become immediately effective. So what I would ask is that you all explain to us what even is the content of this resolution, because perhaps I'm way off base, but it's certainly interpreted as an effort to limit or restrict public comment or limit or restrict speech from your constituents that you all don't want to hear. Because I think thus far, the council has made it abundantly clear that they would like to continue to fund genocide and war crimes in Israel and Palestine. And we've been coming here week after week to tell you not to do that, which seems highly reasonable given that we live in Cuyahoga County to invest our money in Cuyahoga County rather than sending missiles and bombs and what have you to Israel. And now you've got this resolution up here, and I wonder even what it's about. Would you be able to tell us?
This is a one-way conversation.
So you can't, you're going to pass a resolution, though, and not even tell us what it's about? Like, I'll cede my time to you. I'm happy. I got 1 minute and 20 seconds. Like, if you could tell us, can I give you my time?
As I mentioned, any questions you can actually ask our staff, and they can give you a full
Okay, can I give your staff my 1
This
minute
is
and
your
7
time.
seconds? But I would love to give it to them because we're out there trying to even figure out what you're doing. Because what it seems like is an effort to silence us. And we've come here in good faith. We have not committed one violent act. We haven't defaced anything. We've had political disagreements. We have not disrespected anybody. We may, my Zionist brothers and sisters right here may hate my guts. They may disagree with what I'm saying, but I have not physically threatened anybody. I have not done anything of that sort. So I'm trying to figure out why you would be spending the first seconds of the meeting today to restrict our speech, presumably. But again, I don't even know because it's so veiled, the language here, that it could be anything. I mean, maybe you're going to end the meeting or not have meetings. I don't even know. What is Rule 17? You could tell us, again, if you wanted to actually inform your constituents. It's hard to Google all this in that instant. But what I would like to remind you all is that you're making a choice to fund genocide in Israel and Palestine, and we're not going to go anywhere. We will be here. And if you want to pull this undemocratic business that you're trying to do here, then we will continue to show up and do what we need to do. Thank you.
Justin Abaristo.
Hello again. I'm Justin Evaristo, Cleveland DSA, CPAC member of Cuyahoga County, of course. So here we are again. Another month has come and gone, and still we have to pack this chamber to try and convince complicit Chris and his cowardly council here to divest from genocide. So that's tragic, really. So now for 2 meetings, I've had to hear Zionists in this room and county come up here and insist that the barbarism that Israel engages in is necessary for fighting terror. So I would challenge them to tell me what were the acts of terror that the journalists, nearly 100 of them, who have been targeted by Israel were involved in. Or maybe the volunteers from World Central Kitchen that were killed by precision airstrikes. Or the countless children who are being systematically targeted by Israeli snipers. All of this widely reported on by reputed sources, not by TikTok. So what was their contribution to global terror? I mean, the way I see it, any rational person who's paying attention should be able to see that by continuing to invest in these bonds, we are not helping the fight against terror, but instead actively investing in it. So unlike the Zionists here, I think it should be pretty self-explanatory that when announcing that you're about to murder people doesn't make you a moral army, but just a brazen one. Why arguing that Israel should be allowed to destroy an entire society of people because the US did that after the 9/11 is stupid. Why insisting that our perspective on this issue should be strictly focused on rates of return and not be clouded by pesky notions like our sympathy for fellow human beings is sociopathic. And yet here we are, unable to decide between calls for peace and thirst for more Palestinian blood. So Chris is not here, but to him I would say your constituents have been seeking out meetings with you to discuss this, to inform if needed, but we've only been met with stalling tactics. And now that we are rightly expressing our frustration, now that our movement has grown too large for your apparently too busy schedule this Tuesday evening, you've passed this resolution which, as the previous speaker mentioned, could only be interpreted as an attempt to stifle our speech. You're pathetic. So, know that we will not tire, that our movement is continuing to grow, and that we will not stop expressing our frustration here in this chamber, in our communities, and eventually at the ballot box. So for the sake of your legacy, for your political viability, and frankly for your own humanity, I hope that you come to your senses on this issue. Free Palestine.
Mark Ashid.
My name is Mark Ashid. Thank you once again for the opportunity to address this council, and I wish you and your families happy early Independence Day. Unfortunately, as we celebrate our freedom, there are still 5 American hostages being held in Gaza by Hamas. To my friend earlier, I do not hate you. I am a Zionist. Every 2 weeks, these chambers are filled with countless lies. This week, so far, not any different. Lies, distortions, misrepresentations about Israel and the United States itself. The accusations of genocide, forced famine, which has been proven false by organizations affiliated with the United Nations, and delegitimization of Israel's very existence are part of an effort not only to prohibit investments in Israel bonds or a veiled attempt at the same policy, but condemn anybody who engages with Israel at all. These are efforts to turn you, Cuyahoga County Council, not a body elected to conduct the foreign policy of the United States or the foreign policy of Cuyahoga County, to be the judge and jury against the state of Israel. The supporters of these efforts have accused Israel of genocide before a response was even launched to the October 7th terror attacks. On May 20th of this year, President Joe Biden, regarding the war between Israel and Hamas, said, "What's happening is not genocide. We reject that. There is no equivalence between Israel and Hamas," as people here are trying to establish. Supporters of these efforts to restrict Israel bonds and foreign investments continue to exaggerate casualty numbers, for example, and there are no amount of casualties which can be excused. Every civilian loss is a tragedy, but there's only sympathy being expressed for one side. I've yet to hear anybody express sympathy for innocent Israelis who have lost their lives throughout this conflict, which started on October 7th. The misrepresentations that I think we heard at the last meeting, referring to a heroic hostage rescue operation that Israel was engaged in, was turned into stories of a massacre, when in actuality, those hostages were being kept in the homes of journalists and doctors in Gaza, and innocent people around them were used as human shields. These people seem to know things that the United States government and every level do not know. If we invested more money, in fact, in Israel bonds, we would have a return on investment to be able to provide more for our citizens. The Cuyahoga County Council is not a body to determine U.S. foreign policy, but it is a body to prevent hate from being spread here at home. This has led to a historic rise in hatred against the Jewish community, and taking actions such as the one being advocated for do nothing but provide oxygen to the fire of discrimination. Do not allow county council to be put in the position to be judge and jury against the state of Israel. This doesn't end at Israel bonds, make no mistake about it, but I humbly ask you that it not start there either. Thank you.
Janos Yalix.
Evening, Council. My name is Janos Yalix, and I work here in Cleveland. Now, before I begin, I would like to chronicle a previous incident that took place before I left Council 2 weeks ago. I believe I was standing next to a Zionist woman with my painted hands and sporting zip ties upon my wrists. And for this, a Zionist in a blue and green baseball cap came up and asked if I was leaving. I decided to ignore him and moved on out. I'll leave this gentleman with a few words. I don't argue with people John Brown would have shot. I don't argue with people that Nat Turner would have beheaded. I don't argue with people who Marsha P. Johnson would have struck with a brick. You Zionists are so uncomfortable and fearful. You see someone who chose to be in zip ties, and don't confront why they chose to be in zip ties. You chose to tend, as always, to your white comfort. As you might be able to tell, I want to confront this so-called Zionist resilience and bravery. You claim to bravely fight these Islamic terrorists, yet all the real world sees you do is slaughter and torture innocent civilians. In the midst of your famous Nusayrat refugee rescue, you killed 270-plus innocent civilians while you were disguised as aid workers, and you slaughtered another 3 Israeli hostages to save 4. If I drive home drunk and I make it home while hitting 3 people, is that a success? Oh, sorry, officer. I was drunk, but at least I didn't hit 6 people. You can't even stay in your own so-called country anymore. You're overcrowding your own airports to flee Israel to the point that you're hitting the apartheid slip and slide next to the escalator rather than waiting in line. You're applying for American green cards and are now surprised that U.S. immigration asks if you served in the IOF. And you can't even stake it out properly in these chambers or be comfortable with Palestinians. Palestinians are the nicest people on the planet, and you can't even comfortably share a room with them. You just default to racism. Now, I would like to achieve ultimate comedy on all of you Zionists, Chris Romaine included, with my singing voice. Brave Chris Romaine ran away, bravely ran away, away. When danger reared its ugly head, he bravely turned his tail and fled. As brave Romaine turned about and gallantly he chickened out. Swiftly taking to his feet, he beat the very brave retreat. Bravest of the brave, Chris Romaine. Free Palestine, but also free yourselves from your rules about signs, banners, and flags. And I would also like to address your stupid limits on public comments that you have decided to put out this evening. They're dumb, and I see it coming. I've been in Akron, and I know what's coming. So free Palestine.
Sherry Sachs.
Good evening. My name is Sherry Sachs. I want to thank you, first of all, Cuyahoga Council, for not proceeding with Resolution 2024-0208. However, I am concerned that the sponsors have stated that they're still trying to find a way to halt foreign investments. Since Israel is the only country that Cuyahoga County currently has investments with, I would caution this body that it could be perceived akin to a form of boycotting future investments. Could the sponsors be searching for a loophole in the 2016 Ohio House Bill 476, which deems boycotting or divesting from Israel illegal? Our county council and officials are responsible for making sound, fiscally responsible choices to benefit county services, which I applaud. Consideration of a like resolution or action, though, has questionable intentions. Is the county's intention to boycott and or stop investing in safe, reliable, high-income, well-performing investments altogether? Or is the county's intention to arbitrarily or deliberately single out specific investments? What exactly is the county's intention for what has the appearance of an obsessed quest to divest from Israel? I ask you to ask yourselves. I reference Israel because that resolution's initial draft and pared down language in withdrawn resolution 2024-0208 clearly stated the intention was specifically and deliberately to single out investments from, quote, the nation of Israel, despite Israel's excellent financial performance. Generalizing the language to, quote, divest from foreign investments is a thinly disguised intention of singling out what could be perceived akin to boycotting Israel investment, a loophole in what is forbidden. Continued efforts to prevent foreign investments would send a message that the county is willing to consider bypassing Ohio law, imposing a double standard based on a misguided belief in false moral equivalence. Actions to prevent future investments in Israel are not coincidental at a time when Israel is fighting for its mere existence as the only democracy in the Middle East and is de facto on the front lines fighting to release the hostages, 5 of whom are American citizens. I hope that our county officials will not give in to the gaslighting, harassing, threatening, and intimidating methods of the Hamas terrorist network and its supporters, some of whom are here today in this chamber, who do not have the county's best interest in mind.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rochelle Roth.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak and for the hard work of the council on our behalf. My name is Rochelle Roth. I have been a resident of Cuyahoga County for over 60 years. I am here to comment about the county's investment in Israel bonds. The county's 2023 budget states that the county collects close to $1.7 billion on an annual basis. As of the May 31st, 2024 portfolio summary, the value of the cash and investments exceeds $1.1 billion. The general fund is projected to earn approximately $15 million each year in 2023 through 2025, which is almost double that of its average from 2021 and 2022. Your investment committee is doing an outstanding job on behalf of the county and its residents. The skilled investment committee is charged with the responsibility to invest the county's funds prudently. Why would council now want to amend this policy to restrict its admirable work? First, a resolution was proposed to discontinue specifically the investment in Israel bonds, yet Israel bonds have performed very well and deliver an excellent rate of return for the county. In reviewing the investments held in the portfolio, Israel bonds are yielding some of the highest returns. Following objections, that resolution was withdrawn. Thank you. Instead, now there is discussion asking to suspend future investments in sovereign debt issued by any foreign countries. Basically, new words for the intention to accomplish the original goal: boycott, divest, sanction. This measure will not create a solution to the problems in the Middle East. Furthermore, it is contrary to the successful investing efforts of the Investment Committee on behalf of the citizens of Cuyahoga County. With the new twist to keep it domestic, what happens to the $33 million invested in Toyota Motor Credit Corporation? If the intent is to invest in the American economy and American workers in neighborhoods, how deep will this go? And what about the $38 million invested in Credit Agricole Corporation, a French company? In closing, the investment in Israel bonds is less than 1.5% of this portfolio and less than half of each of the above-mentioned foreign investments. The Investment Committee has done an outstanding job, and I applaud their work. This strategy of punishing Israel will not solve the problems in the Middle East. Sadly, however, it strengthens anti-Semitism toward the Jewish community. Finally, if this is not about Israel, which is America's longtime friend, ally, and a loyal ally, and we know that Israel bonds are some of the top performing investments in the county's portfolio, perhaps the policy should be amended to prohibit foreign investment except Israel bonds. Thank you.
Rabbi David Reisman.
Thank you. Rabbi David Reisman, Cuyahoga County resident. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. Zionist, by the way, is not a dirty word. It's just another word for Jew. This is at least the third time that this thinly veiled effort to discriminate against the Jewish community has been brought up in this chamber. And this awful matter needs to be put to rest permanently. Changing the word Israel to foreign country or similar phrases fools nobody. We all know that Israel is the only foreign country in which our county holds bonds. Everyone sees through this, both supporters and opponents alike. It's no coincidence that supporters in this room are wearing keffiyehs and spewing lie after lie about the Jewish National Collective. Apartheid, targeting children, famine, targeting journalists, genocide, thirst for Palestinian blood. The lies are disgusting. It is rank anti-Semitism, and it's openly linked to the current consideration. The proposal to introduce a resolution of this sort is a clear attempt to target and discriminate against the Jewish people, and passing such a resolution is not likely to fare well at the Attorney General's office, nor is it likely to hold up well in court. It will certainly have negative repercussions in the streets of our cities and towns. Reports of local anti-Semitism have seen a staggering increase, nearly 300%, according to the Anti-Defamation League. And think about the absurdity of tearing down a poster of a missing dog or another household pet. Yet, if it's a poster of a missing Jewish baby, it's removed almost immediately. Now, the individuals who do this are not just misguided, they are anti-Semites who live here amongst us. People who do not see Jews as human beings and not even valued at the same level as household pets. Earlier this year, as I walked the half mile from my home to my place of worship, a car began pacing me. The driver rolled down the window and demanded to know if I was a Jew. And the stranger unleashed a torrent of hate upon me, upon Jews in general, and yes, upon Israel. The overwhelming majority of Jews in this area feel increasingly threatened. We call upon you, this council, to stop contributing to the problem. BDS-styled resolutions fan the flames of hate, discrimination, and intolerance. Please, just stop it. Thank you.
Nathan Jerkago. Nathan Jerkago.
Good evening, County Council. If you don't remember me by now, my name is Nathan Jerkago, and I'm a resident of District 1 and an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. This is now my third public comment on the issue of millions of dollars in bonds being invested in foreign governments, most notably Israel's, as they are a genocidal entity. I'm not sure if any of you have heard, but an extremely similar situation just resolved in Summit County, where their council members listened to their community and made the decision to divest from the genocidal government. Summit County made this decision after one council meeting. My genuine question is, what is preventing this council from doing the same? Because it seems that our appeals to conscience, economic rationality, and to recognizing the humanity of an occupied people is not making the impact that this community has hoped. If community input calling for the genocide of investment, or calling for the end of investment in a genocidal government is not enough for County Council, what other options do we have? Don't worry, we'll keep coming back to Council, and we'll keep telling you that late is better than never. But after 3 meetings of nothing coming from the passionate comments of many residents, one would think that there should be other democratic avenues to make changes for the community. Similar to what I said at last comment, could it be that no other avenue exists to democratically enact changes for a reason? Is it because there is no real democracy when it comes to calling for the end of investing millions of dollars in the loss of tens of thousands of lives and the suffering of hundreds of thousands more? People want to help other people. The people in charge of Cuyahoga County Council apparently do not. You still have a chance to prove us wrong, but we will remember how long it took for you to make an obvious decision, especially in the light of Summit County's Council's actions.
Reverend Regis Bunch. Reverend Regis Bunch.
Good evening, Council. Racism is the order of the day. When
Reverend, could you state your name for the record, please?
Reverend Regis Bunch. Before I get
you.
started, I do want to mention that it is a First Amendment right to redress our grievances to the government. I don't care how you're going to slice, manipulate the rules. The people have this right. That's what makes democracy a democracy. So however you're going to manipulate this thing, just know the people have the power when it comes to that. And secondly, the minutes of these meetings are not posted online. They stopped in March of 2024. So it's obviously the administration is trying to silence the public comment so that people outside of this space can read what's been going on. So that needs to be addressed. That's got to be a sunshine law issue in and of itself. Get into the racism that is obviously coming out of Beechwood and all these white places that think it's okay to be Jewish and to be genocidal. All Jews are not white. Palestinians are Jews. Black and brown folks from Ethiopia are Jews. And what Israel has done is put a white face to Judaism, and which has given them the right to murder people at will. That is wrong. It's not okay. It's not okay that we fund genocide. I mean, if I have to spell that out, then okay, I'll spell it out. Bishop Desmond Tutu said, Israel has perfected apartheid. They allow for two legal systems to take place. For white Jews over there in the state of Israel, and then these Palestinians to have nothing. Israel controls the water, the food, you name it. That's disgusting. And then are giving bombs to kill at will. That's why we're trying to push to stop foreign investments. Not because people hate Jews. Jews look like me too. What we're trying to stop is genocide. And if you don't want to stop genocide, then what Bible are you reading? If you don't want to stop genocide, what Torah are you reading? Ending genocide should be the spirit of black folks and Jewish folks. The same way Jewish folks had to stop those Germans who came into Warsaw, Poland, killed all those Jews, but Jews spoke up, fought back. What did Germany do? Come back and squash all of them because they had the might to do so. But we have an opportunity in 2024 to stop this with our voices and with our vote. Free, free Palestine. Thank you.
Lydia Yamartrovian Frankel.
Hi, my name is Lydia Yomtovian Frankel, Cuyahoga citizen, a proud citizen. My name says my story. Yomtovian. My parents, grandparents, and 11 generations that we can count were born and raised in Iran, in a peaceful place where we lived among Muslims, Armenian, and many other faiths until the revolution. The revolution riots and demonstrations were led by frontline of innocent students, young adults, that they had a hope for better future. But they didn't know that the strings behind them are pulled by extremists, by mullahs, that they did not even live in Iran. They came from other countries. They did not know that what they are demonstrating, it's not what they will get. They believed in false, they believed in hope. And what did they get? The worst. Now we know that Iranians are living under extremists. There's no freedom, not for women, not for men. They are told what to listen to. They cannot even listen to music they wish. Women, if they dare go out with a little bit of hair out, they are killed, they are murdered, they are given sentences because they did not know who is behind those revolutions. This reminds me of exactly what we are facing here in the United States. Let's not get fooled. These innocent young people who are talking here, and they believe so strongly about this false information, these false narratives. They do not understand who is behind those strings that are pulling. They are pulling them. They're innocent. They're idealistic. They think they know, but they don't know. Behind all that are terrorists. Behind all that is Iranian, our enemy. It's the enemy that broke the Twin Towers. Let's not forget that. Here, their influence, they're bringing it here to our America, to our freedom.
Layla Natal. Layla Natal.
Good evening. My name is Layla, and I'm a 13-year-old Palestinian middle school student. I'm a grandchild of native Palestinian immigrants who came to the United States for better and safer living opportunities. I'm here to talk about the children of Gaza and how their dreams and aspirations have been shattered by the Israeli Zionist bombardment. All children living in Gaza have lost their childhood. As a 13-year-old who has endless opportunities, it pains me to see what is happening to the children of Gaza. Over 20,000 children have been killed, trapped, or detained, and the number is still rising. While I get to tour high schools, their schools have been bombed to rubble. Over 625,000 children have not attended school in over 8 months. Could you imagine living in a world with no education? The collapse of education is the collapse of a nation. While I get to play in basketball leagues, their limbs are being amputated with no anesthesia. And while I get to go home to my family and have a home-cooked meal, they are starving to death. As long as you believe that some children matter when others don't, then you are the problem. My life should not be valued more than theirs. They deserve to be given the same equal opportunities that I have. Children are children, regardless of color, faith, or economic status. The world is in desperate need of change, and we will be the ones to do it no matter how difficult it is. We are the generation that will not accept injustice. As Martin Luther King once said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Thank you.
Cindy Avias.
Hello, I'm Cindy Atias. I live in Cuyahoga County. I am a proud Jew. I am a proud Zionist. I believe that the Jewish people should have a homeland, one homeland. And I'd like to thank you all. I'm sure you'd rather be working on positive growth initiatives instead of this tearing down and ripping apart and all this negativity and this anger, and it's just so heavy and it's very depressing. And I would like to thank you for doing your job to make Cuyahoga County a safer place with increasing economic opportunities. You make a huge difference in Cuyahoga County. I'm not going to repeat other things that people have said, but I would like you to maybe considering the time to reinstate the mask law, the KKK mask law from 1953. People are using masks and keffiyehs as an excuse to hide their identities, and it makes it harder for them to be prosecuted for crimes that they commit. Masks make people appear more threatening. Excuse me, I'm speaking. Masks make people appear more threatening and makes them braver to harass and to say things that they wouldn't necessarily say if their masks were off. Last few weeks ago when I was here for the last meeting, they were screaming from the river to the sea. We all know that means the destruction of Israel. It would not be tolerated if people wore masks in a predominantly black neighborhood while calling for the residents to return to Africa. And it should not be tolerated anywhere, ever, and especially not in Cuyahoga County. If you believe in something, be brave, show your face, own your advocacy. I'd like to wish you all a very happy and safe 4th of July. And this would all be over in 5 minutes if our family and our children and our cousins, all the hostages were returned. That's all we want is our hostages to come home.
Tan May Shah. Tan May Shah. Moving on, Riley Petro. Riley Petro.
Hi, I'm Riley Petro, representing the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I'm compelled to speak yet again today, not only to urge this body and County Executive Chris Ronayne to take seriously our calls for divestment, but to dispel the gross narratives of genocide denial that have been uttered at this podium by opponents of divestment. As someone who comes from a Polish family, I had been taught that if there is any lesson to be taken from the horrors of the Holocaust, it was that no one, whether they were Jewish, Polish, Roma, Darfuri, or Palestinian, should ever have to suffer the same horrible fate again. And yet, I am horrified to find that my own tax dollars are being used to perpetuate a vicious genocide against the Palestinian people in the name of an investment bond for a foreign government. Mir Weiss, who spoke last council meeting, said, quote, "There is no genocide because only 1% of the population has been killed." Let's be clear. There is no definition of genocide that hinges on what percentage of the population is killed or hitting some magic mass murder benchmark. Genocide is the systematic killing or causing of harm to a national, ethnic, or religious group. And we know it is systematic because the Israeli leadership has openly laid out their intentions. Quote Yoav Gallant, Interior Defense Minister of Israel, after ordering a complete siege of Gaza on October 9th. Quote, "I have released all restraints. There will be no electricity, no food, no fuel. We are fighting against human animals and we are acting accordingly," unquote. Quote, President Isaac Herzog of Israel, "It is an entire nation out there that is responsible," unquote. Quote, Ben-Gvir, Israeli Interior Minister of National Security, "The only thing that needs to enter Gaza are hundreds of tons of explosives from the Air Force, not an ounce of humanitarian aid," unquote. Collective punishment is a war crime under Common Article 33 of the Fourth Geneva Convention. The statements above are punishable as direct and public incitement to commit genocide and complicity in genocide under Article 3, Section C through E of the Genocide Convention, and they have directly resulted in killing over 47,000 Palestinians, injuring more than 85,000 Palestinians, and putting 50,000 Palestinian children to the brink of malnutrition. This is unequivocally genocide, and if someone is denying these facts, you have to ask yourself why.
David Pearl.
Hello, my name is David Pearl. In an effort to keep it brief, save you a couple minutes tonight, hopefully we'll be all home before 9, but I just wanted to thank the county for investing in Israel bonds in the past, and hopefully your continued support of Israel bonds in the future. Israel bonds are a good investment with good returns. They've never been late or defaulted on a payment since its inception 76 years ago. That's quite a track record. Israel is an ally of the United States, and we should support our allies. And thank you for your time, and I wish you all a happy 4th of July. God bless America. God bless Israel. Thank you.
Lori Mandel.
Hello, my name is Lori Mandel, and I've been a resident of Cuyahoga County for over 40 years. I want to thank council members for voting to continue to purchase Israel bonds. I think we've heard ad infinitum how wonderful they are and what a good investment they have been for Cuyahoga County. Also, you're helping to stem the tide of the overt hatred and boycotting of Israel that we are seeing throughout the world. The fact that we've already had 3 council meetings to deliberate this is not surprising. After 10/7, I naively thought that world opinion would have a moment of moral clarity. I was certain that people would be shocked over the barbaric slaughter, rape, mutilation, burning, and beheading that we saw in the name of Free Palestine. It seems that 10/7 proved to be the flashpoint for people throughout the world to unabashedly show how much they loathe Israel and the Jewish people. From the streets to elite campuses, investment boards, and now here in Cuyahoga County, we have to ceaselessly fight for civility and morality to overshadow the illogical hatred and pure evil presented as BDS and Free Palestine. Council members, have you listened to the chanting in the street? In fact, just a couple of weeks ago at the Healthcare Workers for Gaza protest, many individuals sitting here today were blocking traffic and parroting, "We love our martyrs." They're speaking about their heroes, the brainwashed automatons who sacrificed their lives to kill Jews. Do those of you aligning yourself with these groups imagine that people taking direct marching orders from Iran and its proxies will grant you amnesty when they scream Allahu Akbar and preach jihad? If there is genocide happening in Gaza, it is because of the wanton use of Gazan women and children as human shields by Hamas, as they plot their next attack while hiding in tunnels with our innocent American and Israeli hostages. Where is the outrage against Hamas in defense of those innocent Gazans? Hamas has built between 350 and 450 miles of underground tunnels to plot attacks against Israel, effectively diverting billions of donated dollars intended to benefit Gazan citizens. The destruction of Israel is the only priority of Hamas, not to care for their people, nor to build a civilized society to coexist with Israel. I'm not worried about the end game for the Jewish people or Israel. God promised the Jewish people one country, the land of Israel, a country smaller than New Jersey. God has not, nor will he ever renege on his promise. There are over 50 Muslim countries, none of whom care enough to take in the beleaguered Gazans. Jews have had a continual presence in Israel for over 3,000 years. We have outsurvived our mortal enemies.
Thank you.
and God will curse those who curse us and bless those who bless us.
Bando.
Matthew Hildebrand.
Hi, Matthew Hildebrand. I live in Sunny Simons District. A lie can travel halfway around the world while the truth is putting its pants on. Is there a famine in Gaza? The data strongly states no. In February 2024, the UN said it was, quote, almost inevitable, unquote, that a quarter of the population was susceptible to a famine. UNRWA and other UN groups piled on with the same dire warnings. In May, the World Food Program, another UN organization, said a, quote, full-blown famine, unquote, was occurring in parts of Gaza and rapidly spreading. Yet, sadly, like too many other activities and statements from the UN and Hamas related to Israel, this assessment was at best misinformation and at worst part of an ongoing blood libel against Jews and Israel. On June 4th, just 1 month ago, the Famine Review Committee, an independent organization not tied to the UN nor tied to Israel, stated the following, quote, the available evidence does not indicate that famine is currently ongoing, unquote. I believe I can confidently state that everyone in this room does not want a famine or even food insecurity in Gaza or throughout the world. I also know that while Israel bears some responsibility for letting food into Gaza, they aren't responsible for distributing it. And regardless if Israel is responsible or not for distribution, they, like most all of humanity, want this war to end, hostages to be released, and a sense of normalcy to occur again like it did prior to Hamas's barbaric actions on October 7th through today. Just yesterday, 303 aid trucks transferred goods to Gaza. As of yesterday, over 1,200 aid trucks of contents are waiting to be collected and distributed on the Gaza side of Kerem Shalom. I know it's easy to blame Israel for everything occurring in Gaza, but facts matter. There is enough aid for civilians. Hamas, a terrorist organization, wants each of you to believe the lack of food distribution is Israel's fault. Why does Hamas want you to believe that? Because if Israel isn't to blame, then the blame falls on Hamas and the UN. And if Hamas and the UN are to blame, then this whole charade falls apart. Like so many things during this war, the shock and awe headline always blames Israel, but then the evidence emerges that destroys that narrative. This is another of a long line of these blood libel stories. I'm sure more will come shortly, and when they do, we will be ready. As I said before, as it's famously said, a lie can travel halfway around the world while the truth is putting its pants on Am Yisrael Chai.
Ten Mei Shah.
Good evening. My name is Tanmay Shah, and I'm a member of District 2. I actually just came straight from work. I don't know if you folks know this, but this meeting is not very accessible for working folks who may not be done by 5 o'clock, but that's a different matter. What I want to talk about today, I think, really does pertain to the working class of this county and the insulting way you treat them, and not just you, but also the Democratic Party. Hopefully you had a chance to watch the debate last week. I didn't have to, because I knew what was going to happen. We were going to have two people who weren't fit to run this country that were going to act like they did. It's emblematic, though, of the Democratic Party, who you all represent, other than Jack Schoen. I don't know where he is. I don't know where County Executive Chris Ronayne is either. That must be nice, being able to skip work. Like I said, I didn't have that luxury. I just came from work. But anyways, the debate and I think the broader response by the Democratic Party has been pretty emblematic and ignoring the working class people. You've done this for decades. You keep acting like you're going to fix things, but you just have to be better than the other guy, right? And that's what you try to be, is be better than the other guy, which has gotten you pretty far so far. But what's going to happen next? What's going to happen in November? What's going to happen after that when you're up for re-election? When you can't blame others. even in this county, how can you even blame Republicans for this mess that you've made at this point? You have no one to blame but yourself and your inaction and your unwillingness to listen to the Democratic people. At this point, since October, November, and December, I believe the poll came out in November that 83% of registered Democrats support a ceasefire and an end to the war in Palestine. What have you done to reflect the will of the people other than to sit there? Anything? What has the Democratic Party done for the people of Cuyahoga County? I hope these are questions that you are considering and thinking for yourself, because the people out there are fed up. You might be able to hear a few folks here talk about anti-Semitism and try to distract you from what's actually happening, but make no mistake, you've lost the working people a long time ago, and you've kept hoodwinking them and lying to them, but it's not going to keep working. At some point, it's going to get worse and worse, and it already is. And at some point, people aren't going to have anywhere else to turn to. At that point, the Democratic Party is going to have to ask itself, what does it actually stand for? Because as of right now, it's just a party bought by the rich, paid for by the rich, and working for the rich. And you reflect that. I have about 10 seconds left. I wish I had more, because I would just stand here in silence and waste your time, just like Cuyahoga County Chris Ronayne has done for everyone by not showing up.
Rabbi Hal Rudin-Luria.
Hello, Council. My name is Hal Rudin-Luria, here today as a concerned citizen of Cuyahoga County. Thank you for not introducing the anti-Israel bill, and I'm asking to not go forward with the consideration of divestment from foreign securities, which means Israel. I'm a rabbi at B'nai Yeshurun congregation in Pepper Pike, and I just returned from an 8-day trip to Israel with members of my congregation, where we witnessed firsthand the massacres of October 7th from Hamas terrorists. We met with families of hostages. We volunteered and saw firsthand the resilience of America's closest ally, Israel. The democratic state, we met with Jew and Arab, Christian and Muslim. They expressed to us their gratitude for living in the state of Israel, the freedoms and opportunities that they share, and a hope for more shared coexistence. And on our trip, we recommitted to invest in Israel. Our trip began last Tuesday by visiting Hostage Square in Tel Aviv, where we sat with Dalia, whose two brothers-in-law, Eitan and Yair Horn, were taken captive by Hamas terrorists into Gaza on October 7th, 270 days ago, just a few days shy of 9 long months. She told us how Yair lived on the border of Gaza in a community that seek coexistence with their neighbors, help Palestinians access medical supplies, bringing them to doctor's appointments, shared visits to their town, and he was the local handyman. He ran a pub. His younger brother, Eitan, lived in the center of Israel, a youth counselor. As soon as Ukrainian refugees fled the war and came to Israel, he moved into a youth village to serve those children. Eitan was visiting his brother Yair on the Gaza border for the holiday of Simchat Torah on October 7th, and they were kidnapped. They both require daily medicines, but the family doesn't know if they are alive or getting any care. And Dalia shared that her husband, Amos, the third brother, is now a broken man, unemployed and unable to function while his brothers are hostages. Every hotel that we stayed in Israel is filled 80% with displaced Israelis from both the north and the south, seeking safety from Lebanon's Hezbollah missiles and Gaza strikes. Makeshift preschool classrooms filled our hotel. Boys and girls waited for the bus in the hotel lobby to go to their school. Little kids' bikes were all over, and elderly with their caregivers filled the lobby. They haven't been home for 9 months. In Kibbutz Kisufim, we toured homes where innocent Israelis and citizens on a Saturday morning were burnt alive in their homes. And then we visited the Perez Center for Peace and Innovation in Jaffa, a city where Arab and Jew live side by side. We saw the startup nation in formation, how products we use every day, from the Waze app to microchips, irrigation, pill cams, and even the cherry tomato were created. Thank you very much.
Avi Jacobs.
Avi Jacobs from Beechwood, thank you. I stand before you today to disabuse a pervasive and pernicious notion, the idea that Jews are merely settler colonists in Israel who have displaced an indigenous people. This false narrative fails to acknowledge the deep ties of the Jewish people to the land of Israel, spanning over 2,500 years. Let us begin with historical evidence. Long before the modern era, ancient civilizations such as the Assyrians, Babylonians, Greeks, Romans documented Jewish presence in Israel over 2 millennia ago. These records attest to Jewish communities flourishing in the land we now and have always called Israel. The issue of Jesus, a Jew born in Israel, must raise a truly paradoxical question to some. Was he, too, a settler colonist in his own homeland? The Bible mentions Israel, Zion, and Jerusalem over 2,000 times, underscoring their significance to Jewish history and identity. In stark contrast, the Quran only mentions Israel in reference to Israelites or Jews, with Jerusalem referenced just once. Muhammad was born over 1,000 years after Jews had already established a continuous presence in Israel, and those Jews in Israel for millennia prayed next year in Jerusalem. In 1947, rather than embracing peaceful coexistence, Arabs launched an attack against the fledgling state of Israel with the intent of making the region Judenrein, free of Jews. The chilling historical reality of Arab intentions is underscored by the infamous 1941 meeting between Hajj Amin al-Husseini, the Mufti of Jerusalem, and Adolf Hitler, where plans were discussed to annihilate all Jews residing in the Middle East. Today, there are 22 Arab countries and 49 Muslim majority countries in the world. There's only one Jewish state. It is clear that many in this room would prefer to see that number reduced to 0. While acknowledging that Israel, like any liberal democracy, faces challenges, let's confront another uncomfortable truth. Jews have historically faced persecution, expulsion, discrimination, abuse, and violence as minorities under Arab rule. Regrettably, many here wish to revive those days of Jewish persecution. This reality demands our attention and underscores the importance of supporting Israel's right to exist. Today, chants advocating from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, echo a desire for a region free of Jews, not peace side by side with Israel. Claims of Israeli genocide are baseless. The true threat of genocide lies in the openly declared intentions of Israel's opponents, who brazenly proclaim their desire for the destruction of the Jewish state. Therefore, supporting Israel is a moral imperative. Holding Israeli bonds is not just economically prudent, but an ethical stance against anti-Semitism and for the rights of a people deeply rooted in their ancestral homeland. In conclusion, let us recognize and support the Jewish people's legitimate right to live in peace and security in their ancient homeland of Israel. This is not a matter of geopolitics, but humanity, justice, and historical truth. Now we must stand with our Israeli allies, ensuring a future where both Jews and Arabs can flourish side by side in peace. I thank you.
Laura Simon. Laura Simon.
Hi, good evening. My name is Laura Simon. I'm a Cuyahoga County resident. Thank you for taking your time to listen to us today. I stand before you urging you to firmly maintain, with conviction, financial investment in Israel. Beyond financial gains, investing in Israel also aligns with broader social and ethical considerations. Israel is a nation committed to democratic values, human rights, and multiculturalism. By investing in Israel, you are supporting a country that values social progress. As you know, Israel stands on the front lines of a global struggle against terrorism, facing threats from extremist groups that seek to undermine democratic principles and impose radical ideologies both at home and internationally. By supporting Israel economically, investors contribute to the collective effort to counter extremism and preserve the Western values of freedom, tolerance, and pluralism, the same as those that we hold dear in our United States. Israel's strategic position makes it an important ally in the fight against terrorism, upholding the principles that form the foundation of Western societies. This is evidenced in a full-page letter from 80 retired U.S. military leaders in support of Israel's war against Hamas, dated May 15, 2024. I will read you an excerpt. Given our experience as retired American military leaders, we feel compelled to declare that a strong Israel is vital to the United States' national security, and it is imperative that America unequivocally stand by this indispensable ally. America must support Israel against Iran and its terror proxies in Gaza and Lebanon that have the same goals as al-Qaeda and the Taliban. These jihadist forces are also enemies of the United States and everything that we stand for. This Iranian-backed axis of terror is watching closely to see whether the United States and local communities like ours will stand by one of its closest allies fighting in self-defense. Against these barbaric enemies, Israel stands on the front lines of the fight for civilization, the lone, stable, democratic American ally in a critical region. Even in facing adversaries who respect neither the laws of war nor human life, we believe Israel has fought in accordance with the laws of armed conflict set by the international community. Outside the United States, Israel arguably has the most innovative economy in the world. It is a leader in nearly all the key technologies that will determine whether global balance of power in the 21st century continues to favor the U.S. and our allies in support of freedom and democracy. Israel has traditionally been the source of overwhelming Western support, and so it should remain. In these challenging times, we urge all Americans to stand by our close friend and partner. Remaining invested in Israel helps to ensure democratic values worldwide. As the only true democracy in the Middle East, Israel stands as a beacon of freedom, equality, and human rights. By maintaining investments in Israel, you contribute to the preservation of democratic ideals, not only within the country, but also in the United States and across the globe. Thank you.
Earl Lykin. Earl Lykin.
I want to say hello to those of you who I know, and I want to say we should all be concerned about the tragedy and harm being done to the people in Gaza, but it has nothing to do with genocide. It's a result of Hamas using civilians as human shields in the middle of a war. Well, I think everybody here is speaking with a strong conviction about what they feel is right. The resolution, however well-intentioned, is not the way to deal with the situation. I had some experience with a local government plunging into an international situation on a resolution when I was a member of a city council years ago, and it did not turn out well. It leads to unintended consequences and complications. In this situation, the declaration that Israel should not be funded because Israel depends on funding is a declaration that Israel should not exist. But Israel is not South Africa. Israel is a country of remnants of the Holocaust and refugees from countries in the Middle East who no longer want them, and there is no place else for these people to go. Also, it's a one-sided attack on Israel. As others have said, it ignores the vicious attack by Hamas on innocent Israelis, resulting in rape, murder, and kidnapping, which was the very cause of the war. Thirdly, the resolution reflects just what Hamas is trying to achieve. Hamas is trying to achieve the divestment of Israel, and therefore you would be supporting a terrorist organization. Finally, the Jewish community may be diverse, and there may be some Jews who speak in favor of this resolution, but I can tell you from being a member of the community that the overwhelming number of Jews would be deeply insulted and offended by this resolution, and many would feel personally attacked by it. So the complications of adopting a resolution like this and plunging into this situation when you have so many responsibilities to deal with as a county council, the consequences and negative results far outweigh any benefits. This is not a way to deal with the situation. I want to thank you for putting this resolution aside, and I very much hope you will not take it up again. Thank you.
Adam Hamdan. Adam Hamdan.
Hello. Adam Hamden, can I start? Okay, cool. I'm Adam Hamden, and I'm here to support the bill to divest from Israeli bonds. I'm 20 years old, and I'm a resident of Cuyahoga County for 15 years. I've graduated from Chagrin Falls High School. I go to Case Western Reserve in Cuyahoga County, and now I work in Cleveland in Cuyahoga County. So I'm dedicated to this community. I'm here today because I don't want to see the money that I work hard towards go to the proliferation of war and killing of my people. I have 2 homes, one here in Cleveland and one in Palestine. This time last year, I was supposed to go back to Palestine, but I got an internship and pushed it back to this year. Now, I can't go back to my second home because the county and community that I work hard to build here in Cleveland is also funding the systematic oppression of my people and the killing of over 15,000 children. I've seen the oppression with my own eyes when I go back, but you don't have to listen to me. You can listen to the UN, the ICC, the ICJ, nationally recognized organizations, the list goes on, that document Israel's war crimes daily. This alone should be enough to divest, but I know appealing to your morals isn't necessarily the way to go. Instead, we can look at it fiscally. So let's talk money, because money talks. Quite frankly, the Israeli economy is shrinking. Combine this with their declining GDP and several countries severing trade ties, this doesn't bode well for Israelis' economic future. Financially, it makes no sense to invest in a country where their money is spent on a war with no end in sight. But never mind Israel, because they aren't important. What's important is the people here in Cuyahoga County, the people like me. The $16 million in Israeli bonds is better spent on our lives here and not to some foreign government overseas. Look at the highway I take to get here to work. Somehow it's always under construction, but it's never fixed. Or what about the multiple homeless people that I passed today going to work by Tower City? We have to spend our money on these people here and benefit the people in Cuyahoga County, not to some foreign government. And if you really want to invest in bonds, then invest in American bonds. Or better yet, the 8 other countries that give you better returns than Israeli bonds. Those will help you with your financials, not continuing to invest in a country that doesn't give you the best return. However you look at it from a moral, fiscal, or social point of view, investing in Israel bonds makes no sense at all. I implore you to listen to the members of this community because we will keep on coming back. I have a summer class and my test is at 7 p.m. It's 6:20 and I'm still here. I will come back every week. I will tell people my age not to vote for you. I will make sure that we come back and show out for my community because I'm not going to let people that look like me here and overseas suffer because of the decisions that we make to continue to harm people. So I'm dedicated to this community. Thank you for letting me speak and happy 4th of July.
Mark Freemuth.
Good evening, Council. My name is Mark Freemuth, and I've been a resident of Cuyahoga County for over 50 years. Although I am grateful and relieved that the previous resolution to prohibit the county from investing in Israel bonds has been withdrawn, I am still concerned about the potential for further efforts to pursue that or a similar agenda. I'm not going to repeat the facts about Israel bonds or about the county's investment in Israel bonds or about the merits of Israel bonds. You've heard it, and I am quite sure that you are familiar and understand that. Despite the legal charade, the previous resolution is clearly part and parcel of the BDS movement, an effort to cause various entities to cease doing business with Israel. I understand that the Ohio Attorney General has advised the county that the resolution and similar actions would likely violate Ohio's anti-BDS law. The impetus for this resolution goes far beyond the county's investment in Israel bonds, as you've heard from various comments. This is really a thinly disguised effort to stigmatize, delegitimize, demonize, and isolate the state of Israel. The current war was started by the genocidal attack by Hamas on unarmed, innocent Israeli children, women, seniors, whom Hamas mutilated, raped, tortured, brutalized, killed, and kidnapped. They were joined by many Gazans. They reveled in their brutality, taking and sharing videos. Gazans danced in the streets celebrating the massacre. Israel clearly had the right, morally and under international law, to retaliate in a defensive war and attempt to secure its borders. Meanwhile, the cowardly Hamas not only hide behind Gazan residents, but willingly sacrifice them on the altar of international propaganda. Many of the speakers here, not tonight, I'm pleased to say, but in previous meetings, have shouted the jihadist genocidal, no mistake, the genocidal rallying cry from the river, that is the Jordan River, to the sea, the Mediterranean Sea, meaning that they not only want Israel to cease to exist, but to be, as the Nazis said, Judenrein, free of Jews. And this is an explicit goal of the Hamas charter. Such a chant is not only offensive, but terrifying to most of this county's 80,000 Jews. It should not be heard in civilized society and should clearly be considered, at the minimum, a breach of the rules of conduct of the proceedings in these chambers. I pray that this county will not only cease all BDS efforts, but will not countenance any form of anti-Semitism. Thank you.
John Eckerly.
I'm not the Lorax, but I came here to speak for the trees. I could be wrong, but I think...
Sir, if you could state your name for the record, please.
John Eckerly.
Thank you.
Could be wrong, but I think the last administration pledged to develop a plan to plant 1 million or so trees, or at least replace the tree canopy that we've lost in Cuyahoga County. I'm here to ask you to inquire what happened to that effort and all the money that went with it. Perhaps it's time for Council to ask for a moment to examine the past and to plan for the future. I think you should also look at the processes and the systems that were used in this effort. The tree planting system has not worked to achieve the goal of replacing the tree canopy. The goal is a noble one and one we need to implement. Perhaps it is the system that needs to be changed. Tree coalitions and volunteers are great, but if we're going to replant the lost tree canopy, we need a different proactive approach. I have a suggestion. Implement a system for tree lawn right-of-way planting where city partners of the county who are buying into the program are required to implement an opt-out system for residents rather than their current opt-in system to request trees. We will never get to a gazillion trees or replace the lost tree canopy if residents cannot need to opt into the tree planting system. They don't even respond to mail. Perhaps the planting system could be part of some sort of diversion program where youth are employed to plant the trees. Sorry. Anyways, on another note, what I wanted to mention was that we're currently thinking about closing Burke. I just had a suggestion that we should consider moving the county fairgrounds to Burke to integrate into a plan there so that we could develop and use those buildings year round, that kind of site, integrate that into the plan for Burke. I think it would be a very positive development, and we could have multiple events there, and that area could be part of an entertainment district. Thank you.
Adam Rosen.
Good evening.
Council President, members of council, my name is Adam Rosen. I live and work in Cuyahoga Council District 3. We can hold empathy for Jews and Palestinians and strive for a better future for all people in the region. I'm concerned that certain rhetoric that's been used here tonight can be weaponized to target, isolate, demonize, dehumanize, and harm Jews and Palestinians here and around the world. We should be recognizing the humanity in others. But instead, you have heard bullying and intimidating language over and over. You have been called fascist, members of council. They said they have done their research on us, on you, to intimidate and bully us. They have denied that what they are doing is divisive and instead said that Jews are being divisive by supporting a country that defends itself or even simply exists as a refuge for the Jewish people. They've said that you're funding brutalization, murder, and oppression by investing in Israel bonds, that you are somehow a direct participant in genocide. And your inaction or silence makes you that, or a trip to Israel, or any number of things. And the only way to stop this is by divesting in the genocidal economy of Israel. Here's to you, genocide claimers. You are the rock throwers who demonize and dehumanize Jews. I won't debate you on any specifics because it won't create empathy for anyone. We interpret that word as incredibly awful, regardless of what is happening in Gaza. Anyone who's affiliated with using that word is not on the side of good people. They even claim that Jewish money is somehow behind all of this, that we are the moneyed interests that oppose the resolution, or that the Zionist contingent only cares about the financial returns of bonds, and in turn, somehow choose genocide for personal gain at the direction of donors who are deferring to the loud and wealthy Zionists. These are the most classic anti-Semitic tropes that have been used over and over throughout history. Scarcity of liberation needs to be rejected. Israelis and Palestinians both need rights. Historically marginalized people share a very small space, and it should not invalidate the rights and needs of the Jews in that place. What does freedom look like for oppressed people? We should be striving for equal status, not for some political outcome or liberation. To me, Israel means Jewish safety. This has been one of the hardest times in my life as a Jew. I've been absorbing the pain and grief from my Israeli loved ones and also look to them for their resilience, for taking responsibility for their government, for participating in their government. It says something about loyalty, patriotism, and democracy. Thank you, and I hope you have a safe holiday.
Nicole Bourne Crow.
Nicole Bourne Crow.
Hi, my name is Nicole Bourne Crow. I live in Lakewood. I'm a mom of 3, and I'm here with Jewish Voice for Peace. There have been a lot of words today, some true, some not true. Instead of adding more words, I'm going to speak some words from someone on the ground in Gaza. It's a mother and a doctor named Bilal. We came here after hearing about the arrival of flour trucks in the city. There's no flour, food, and water in Gaza. We are under fire. Each time there are dead and wounded. The bombardments continue, but we can't live without flour to feed our children. We came here carrying our shrouds in our hands. We come to get flour and we die. Tanks shoot at us. Where is the world? Where is the world? They bring us flour and shoot at us. What kind of life is this? What should we do with this flour? Why are they shooting at us when they brought flour? I left 3 children at home. 3 times I've been shot at. Either I come back with flour or I don't come back. Thank you. Free Palestine.
Sarah Sessick.
My name is Sarah Sessick. I come here today as a member of DSA and a person of conscience to ask the Council to prohibit any future investment in Israeli bonds. Many of the pro-genocide contingent tonight have spoken about misinformation and false narratives, but the real concern here is the lack of information. No international news organizations have been permitted to enter Gaza since October 7th unless they are embedded with the IDF, who can control what they see. We must rely exclusively on Gazan journalists. And there's this organization called Forbidden Stories, which is a nonprofit media organization that uses a secure network to protect the information of journalists under threat, that gathers the elements of their ongoing investigations, the information on the threats that they face, and instructions to guide in the continuation of their work, such as in cases of imprisonment, abduction, or death. At least 103 journalists have been killed in Gaza, and many more have been maimed or injured. The Gaza Project is a partnership between 13 international news outlets, including organizations from Switzerland, France, Israel, Germany, a bunch of different places. And they've put together a series of articles about the targeting of journalists. Including articles like "The live stream was critical evidence, tracing attacks on Gaza's press buildings," where they show that 70 press facilities, including local radio stations, news agencies, transmission towers, and journalist training institutes, have been partially or completely destroyed since October 7th. And that one of the locations, especially locations that were streaming live footage, were targeted. At least one destroyed, confirmed by an Israeli tank. How Israeli drone strikes are killing journalists in Gaza, and death from above, how Israeli drones are killing journalists in Gaza. They cover the systematic targeting of journalists by drones, even when they're wearing press vests or hanging out with first responders and firemen, including the case of Samar Abu Daqqa, a cameraman who was killed when he was clearly marked as press. And the Abu Daqqa's case is being presented to the International Criminal Court. Speaking of the International Criminal Court, there was a Prime Minister Netanyahu was involved in a campaign, a coordinated campaign by the
Halima Podolipsky.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to talk. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit under the weather and pretty much upset. I'm a daughter of Holocaust survivors.
Ma'am, if you could state your name for the record, please.
I'm Halina Podolipsky, and by profession, I'm a healer. I'm a physician, and I swore to take care of anybody, regardless of race, color, religion, or any different country. My parents were Holocaust survivors, and they installed in me the humanity. The thing is, hatred never brings anything to anybody. My heart is bleeding for any person who dies during any war, regardless whether they are Jews, Arabs, Palestinian, Muslim, Christians. In every war, there are innocent people who are killed. But no one is saying anything about genocide of the Ukrainian, genocide of the Sudanian, of the Hunis, of the Yemenites. Only the target are the Jews of the world. Why is it we are only a small number compared to the whole humanity? We are people of the Bible and people of peace. And unfortunately, the whole world is against us. I'm a citizen, a proud citizen of the United States. And I'm living in Cuyahoga County for over 40 years. I've treated everybody in the Cleveland Clinic, in Mount Sinai, in Metro, the same way, regardless of what they are coming from or what they are here. I don't think it's just to prosecute the state of Israel financially, economically, or any other way with lies and with literally prosecution and genocide, calling them to get away and annihilate them. They are not even making it a nicety. They just state that they want to kill all the Jews from Jordan to the Mediterranean. Thank you for letting me talk.
Philip Atkin. Philip Atkin.
Good afternoon. I'm Phil Atkin. Nice to meet you. There's so much that's been said. I'm not sure which kind of thing to focus on. I lived here. I moved here in '92. I was going to be here for 3 years, and now it's 32 years. It's a good place. It's the Midwest. It's decent. People try. People try to get along. People try to help each other. I can't believe this is going on here. Just a couple of points, and then I'll get to the real core, I think, of my points. There's been all kinds of claims here, but if you look at what happened on October 7th, they had kind of a Woodstock festival. I went to Woodstock, by the way. And it was kind, open your heart to people, let people in. These people moved near Gaza because they wanted to prove that all people are good. The Israelis came up with the Iron Dome. No matter how many bombs that they would lob at Israel, Israel didn't reattack because they were knocked down. So there was, unfortunately for Hamas, they couldn't get into a war with Israel. They couldn't claim that Israel did damage. They couldn't collect billions of dollars, and they couldn't go ahead and do their real estate ventures. The top guys are the most wealthy people in the Middle East, billionaires. But these people on that day, they had brought in the Gazans to work in their kibbutzim, and to welcome them in and treat them like human beings and be friendly with them. And this went on for quite a long period of time. And they pointed to this festival, and they knew all about the festival, and they had their festival, and all of the information went to Hamas. Hamas, what a great opportunity. And you know what happened. I don't have to tell you about the carnage there. It's unbelievable that anyone could do this. I have Muslim friends. They can't believe it. They can't comprehend that anyone would do such a thing. And then when Israel wants to respond, what do? They hide in tunnels underneath hospitals and underneath schools. Real courage, real courage. And they say, oh, you can't bomb us because, oh, those poor people above us that were underneath. And what is Israel going to do? I know people who are in the IDF. I've met some of these young men. And I'm telling you, these people think, and they try to be the most careful people in the world to do what they need to do, which is remove Hamas. If Hamas really wanted to end this like that, surrender, take the people out, take your troops out. That would be the end of it. So, I didn't get to my point.
Danielle Murray.
Hello, my name is Danielle Murray. I am an Erie County / Sandusky, Ohio resident. Happy almost 4th of July. Just kidding. I will personally not be celebrating any country such as the United States who is funding the displacement, starvation, and murder of innocent Palestinian people. I'm here to tell Chris Ronayne that the jig is up. Everyone here with a shred of intelligence knows what is going on. This is not a war. This is not a conflict. It is a genocide committed by Israel. Hamas isn't the terrorist group. Israel is the terrorist group. I think a better description for Israel / the IDF is a Nazi terrorist group. The IDF / Israel has bombed homes, schools, and hospitals. They have displaced, starved, and murdered children. 15,000 children murdered by Israel / the IDF under the guise of finding Hamas and releasing hostages. You don't need to bomb a hospital in order to find Hamas. You don't need to starve a child in order to find Hamas or release the hostages. Let me ask you, why is it that Israel is enabled by politicians like Chris Ronayne to displace, starve, and murder children in order for Israel to create a greater Israel, but if Palestinians fight back, they are terrorists? Hamas aren't the terrorists. Israel is a terrorist group, Chris, in case you're watching this live on YouTube. Everyone with a shred of intelligence knows the real motive to Chris Ronayne supporting Israel is not finding Hamas or releasing the hostages, but greed and political power. Sherrod Brown took $900K from AIPAC. Anyone know how much money Chris Ronayne is taking from AIPAC? Any politician taking money from AIPAC / Israel should be tried for enabling crimes against humanity and, in my opinion, should be sentenced to life in prison. And I will make it my mission to make sure that no politician taking even 1 penny from Israel be elected. I'm here on behalf of Noor Mezed, her husband Mohammed, and their baby Sarah. Noor is a displaced Palestinian woman living in Gaza. She has had her home bombed and is now living in a house which is not her own, with a broken window and no electricity. Yesterday, she sent me a picture of a can of beans and said it would be the only thing her and her husband eats for the day. Her baby Sarah sleeps on the floor. I'm not only afraid for Noor and her family will be murdered by the IDF, who are murdering civilians, I am afraid that Noor and her husband and daughter will starve to death. The only viable solution for these Palestinian families is to evacuate, aka escape, via an Egyptian halal company. For Noor and her husband and her daughter to evacuate, they have to pay a $35,000 evacuation fee. Can you imagine if someone bombed your home and placed in employment and then being told that in order to not die, you have to pay a $35,000 evacuation fee? Noor has resorted, like most Palestinian families, to begging strangers on the internet for money via GoFundMe in order to cover the evacuation costs. I'm holding an emergency fundraising event.
Thank you.
July.
Thank you, Ms. Danielle. Your time is up.
Barry Gutman.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Barry Gutman, and I am a lifelong resident of Cuyahoga County. When the Allies bombed Dresden in February 1945, over 25,000 Germans died, partly because the Nazis, didn't build bomb shelters for the civilians there. Goebbels, the Nazi propaganda minister, leaked graphic photos to the press and lied about the casualties, saying 200,000 people had died. Once people in America and England got wind of this, they began questioning the Allies' morality. Weren't we the good guys? Our military began pointing fingers at the British, who did the same in return. Support for the war suffered hugely. The tactics employed by the Nazis to pervert and weaponize our morality against us have been used in this very room and around the country in an effort to demonize Israel and the Jews. And what you have heard today from too many here is the success of that disinformation campaign in warping Americans' views. It is the same playbook. For years, long before the current October 7th war, Hamas and its supporters have lied to inflate the casualties in Gaza. They have lied when they hurl incendiary accusations like genocide or ethnic cleansing or famine or war crimes or apartheid at Israel, knowing that this will rile people up, even though they also know these accusations could not be further from the truth. There is no genocide. If Israel wanted to commit a genocide and has such a powerful army, then there simply wouldn't be a Gaza. Most cynically of all, Hamas intentionally attacks from behind civilian infrastructure, and they and their supporters doctor or fake outright photos of dead children, all to create outrage and garner sympathy. And all the while, Hamas, like the Nazis before them, are the ones who shoot, stab, rape, behead, kidnap, and torture innocents at every chance they get. And they are still holding over 100 civilians hostage, including 5 of our fellow Americans. In short, Hamas is evil, dishonest, and they are part of an axis of radical terrorist groups across the Middle East, backed by Iran, including Hezbollah in Lebanon and the Houthis in Yemen, who have been attacking American ships for months. This vile anti-American coalition wants to destroy our country. Make no mistake about it. That's why they shout death to America at their rallies, and it's why they try to divide us by pushing provocative divestment resolutions in a coordinated disinformation war effort across the United States. They know they cannot win militarily, and so they want us to tear ourselves apart instead. Inflammatory resolutions are one way they do that, and depriving our allies like Israel of American investments is another. So that is who stands to benefit most from a resolution barring foreign investment when the only foreign investment happens to be Israel. Why should Cuyahoga County help those who want to destroy our country and everything that we stand for? Please don't. Thank you.
Ruben Gutman.
Good evening. I guess we're now at evening already. My name is Ruben Gutman, and I'm proud to follow my son, Barry. First of all, I want to acknowledge what is right and true, and that is that you did well by the people of Cuyahoga County by buying those bonds. You invested wisely. You invested well. We thank you, and we appreciate your the acuity which you brought to the table. What we are really dealing with is the politics of destruction, the politics of destroying the democratic state of Israel. And it's worth noting that the founding documents of the state of Israel promise a nation that will recognize and live for the benefit of all its citizens, all those who reside therein. And I will tell you, Reverend, who you spoke before, the Bible that I follow is what you call the Old Testament and what I call the Torah that God gave us, and God gave us the land of Israel. And we willingly share it and make it a home for people of color and for people of all nationalities and all kinds of people. The reason we are here tonight is because the people who are saying that they support Gaza, the people who are saying that they want to free it, should join with us in freeing Gaza from the terror that is Hamas. They should join us in freeing the entire Middle East from the evil that is Iran, that has spent billions and billions of dollars not on funding, building, and infrastructure, but on delivering 150,000 missiles to Lebanon, to Hezbollah, for the sole purpose of raining death on the Jewish state of Israel, that has spent untold billions building tunnels underneath Gaza. My friends, we have a common enemy. They are sworn to destroy the United States of America. They are sworn to destroy the Jewish state of Israel. And by the way, that Jewish state is the only state in the Middle East where women are protected, where women may dress as they wish, where gays are protected and may act as they wish with whom they wish. Those are the fundamentals of freedom, the fundamentals of democracy. It is imperative that we not lose sight of that reality and that we make sure, Mr. President, that we make sure that this Cuyahoga County is always on the side of that democracy and that right that is represented by the state of Israel. I wish all of us a very peaceful and a very happy 4th of July. We celebrate something meaningful.
Mars Bonilla.
Hi,
My name's Mars Bonilla. A few weeks ago, Wafa Habosh Al-Nal reached out to me through social media to help spread her GoFundMe to evacuate her and her family, including a newborn, from Gaza. Through speaking with her, I got a small glimpse into what the day-to-day life is for the people of Gaza. There were instances where conversations were cut short due to her having to move due to bombings or shootings. She sent me a video of her and her family in a tent, and you could hear explosions and shootings in the background. She talked about her children and how they are suffering from the lack of sleep and food. They were displaced many times now and have had to sleep in tents and on streets. Her daughter is sick, but they can't treat her because of the severe lack of medical supplies. She talks about her fear of seeing her children in pieces on television. And just a few days ago, her niece was killed by Israel. Her niece is one of over 15,000 children who have been slaughtered by Israel. This and so many other reasons is why I am asking for an end to Israel bonds and an end to this county's complicity in genocide. And you should be careful of who the white man calls a terrorist. Thank you.
Don Bryant.
Hello, Don Bryant. I landed here in 1957. I'm president of Cleveland Peace Action, and it's with double grief that I am speaking of the recent death of a woman who worked for democracy in apartheid Israel and Palestine. I grieve for her loss, and I grieve the military occupation of her homeland, an occupation supported by Cuyahoga County investment in Israel bonds. The woman I'm speaking of is Dr. Nahida Halaby Gordon, age 84, of Worcester, Ohio, who died on June 21st. Nahida was born in 1939 in Jerusalem, Palestine, the daughter of Assad Saba Halaby and Fataun Halaby. She was preceded in death by sons Timothy, Paul, and Mark. Nahida grew up in Jaffa, Palestine, where she attended primary school until the 1948 Nakba catastrophe. She and her family fled to Beirut with almost no belongings. The family property and business in Palestine were all stolen. In 1950, Nahida and her family emigrated to the U.S., and in 61, she obtained her bachelor's in mathematics with a minor in physics from the University of Cincinnati. She went on to attend the University of Wisconsin-Madison, where she obtained a master's in mathematics, followed by a PhD in statistics at Case Western Reserve University. Nahida was professor emerita at Case Western after working there for over 30 years, holding positions at the School of Medicine and at the Francis Payne Bolton School of Nursing. Donald and Nahida met while students at the University of Cincinnati during a lecture Nahida was giving in Palestine, which Donald attended. They were married in 61, and throughout their 63 years of marriage, mutual respect was the cornerstone of their relationship. Nahida embodied samud, steadfastness for Palestine, and was a lifelong advocate for the liberation of her people. She dedicated much of her life to the advocacy within the Presbyterian Church USA, wherein she played an integral role in passing the boycott, divestment, and sanctions resolution, nonviolent resistance. Nahida was co-founder of the publishing company Palestine Books and served on numerous boards, including Friends of Sabeel, North America, and the Palestinian Christian Alliance for Peace, the Israel-Palestine Mission Network, Samia A. Halaby Foundation, and Embrace the Children of Palestine. She served as a senior Fulbright Scholar at Berzit University, Palestine, and was a founding member of the Interfaith Committee for Peace in the Middle East. Dr. Nahida Halaby Gordon is the author of Palestine is Our Home, Voices of Loss, Courage and Steadfastness in 2016. In addition, she has authored or co-authored over 100 professional publications in the field of biostatistics. Nahida was also published widely. Free Palestine, Stop the Bombs.
Heather Hall.
Yes.
Good evening, Council. Heather Hall, lifelong Cuyahoga resident with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. To front load, please divest from and refuse reinvestment in Israeli bonds. Under international law, we have a legal obligation to not aid entities committing war crimes. You are making Cuyahoga complicit. Today, I'm going to discuss the settlers who want us to continue to fund their racist colonial project. In this room, we've heard from self-proclaimed proud Zionists and Israeli settlers, many of them directly financially connected to the state of Israel, quite literally. Directors, CEOs, politicians, often crowing to uphold so-called Western values. Their undisclosed financial conflicts of interest aside, they would have you believing that the others are savages, unworthy of existence. They arrogantly assert these wretched terrorists must accept our terms as American-made tanks, drones, and F-16s wreak devastation on a people fighting for their right to live on their own land. Pray tell, why do Western values always require non-Western death? This is not something to be proud of. We as Americans are all too prone to whitewash our own bloody history, distorting the truth about what this nation stole in order to birth itself. Here, Euro-American settlers made contact with the indigenous people, occupied their land, breached every treaty, and decimated them over centuries of war. The settler then claimed the fertile soil to be exclusively his by divine right, so he could force Blackskins to work on his plantation. Now the settler bulldozes and airstrikes Palestinian homes because she wants a glass-encased beachfront property on the Mediterranean. For centuries, colonialists put the entire world in chains at the end of a barrel of a gun so they can continue to kick their feet up, lounging lazily upon the bent, sweating, bleeding backs of the colonized because they benefit from it. Israel lavishes the settlers with luxury properties and expensive vacations to exotic destinations. And you can have a slice of that skin-deep opulence if only you just sign over public funds to the settler colonial project. The Israeli state bribes the settler to turn a blind eye to the state's terrorism, to reap the benefits of genocide which Western values sow. After the dust clears from the missile strikes and the bodies pile up, the settlers will then lie to themselves and to the world, obscuring their guilt from history, sagely reassuring their children, Palestine never existed, Palestinians aren't real. Break the chains, break the cycle, not another dime to Israel.
Ari Yaffe.
Good evening. I'm Ari Jaffe. I'm an attorney here in Cleveland, a lifelong resident of Cuyahoga County. My wife and I raised our family here. I grew up in the city of Cleveland, Cleveland Heights, University Heights, Shaker Heights. And I want to say that I know that none of you have a very easy job listening to all of these speeches here this evening, and you have a great responsibility. Your responsibility is to the citizens of Cuyahoga County. Your responsibility is to democracy. I'm a member of the executive committee of the Democratic Party of Cleveland. I'm also the chair of the Board of Zoning Appeal in my suburb, and I have some familiarity with politics, and I recognize that this awesome responsibility that you now all bear is sometimes faced with rhetoric. Half-truths, false stories, inappropriate narratives. And your job is to glean from that the actual truth, the actual facts. So I want to tell you a real story about real facts. A grandson was born on October 1st in the city of Kiryat Gat, which is 8 miles away from Gaza. My wife and I traveled to Israel to be with him to see our newborn grandson. And on Friday evening, we were celebrating his birth. And we're planning for his brit, his circumcision, on Sunday morning. And at 6:34 Saturday morning on Sabbath, on Simchat Torah, on one of the holiest days of the Jewish year where we celebrate the culmination of reading the Old Testament, the alarm goes off in the apartment that we're in. And my daughter, who rushes us into a safe room, slams the door behind us, closes the window, because rockets were falling all around us. On the morning of October 7th, 3,000 rockets were launched from Gaza towards Israel to kill me. There's no other story. 3,000 terrorists came over the border, massacred the attendees at the Nova Music Festival, took 240 hostages, killed 1,200 people, including my friend's children. My friend's children are hostages. My friend's children are dead. The apartment that was a block and a half away from us was destroyed because a rocket came through it, and the family miraculously survived because they were in a safe room in the back. You have the responsibility to support democracy. You have the responsibility to support democracy, not just in Cuyahoga County, but throughout the world. That's your duty as elected Democratic officials. Israel Bonds is one way to do that. Supporting the state of Israel, traveling to the state of Israel. Skip the bonds, all of you, come on, let's go. Go see on the ground for yourself what's really going on. You need to be engaged in the process, and you need to be able to segregate truth from falsity. Thank you.
Jack Johnson.
Hi, my name is Jack Johnson. I'm from Cleveland Heights, Ohio, born and raised. I just want to get out of the way real quick. Zionism is not Judaism. That's a ridiculous thing to say. It's like saying, because one is a religion and the other is a political movement. It's like saying Christians are Republicans. That's not the same. It doesn't work. We are setting a dangerous precedent by investing in Israel. I want to talk about being on the ground. Palestinian journalists who report from in Gaza bring out photos and videos every day, some more horrendous than the last. Just last weekend, I saw a video posted by journalist Hossam Shabbat of a man taking the arm of a dead child out of a bag. I thought I'd see the whole body, but all that was connected was his head. We are setting a precedent that Cuyahoga County is okay with this by investing in Israel. We are saying that not only are we okay with it, but hell, we'll give you more money, we'll endorse it. That's why we're here, because we're members of Cuyahoga County and we do not endorse that. You don't get to say that for us. Since I have more time, I'd like to talk about my personal experience. In the summer of 2019, I was an ambassador intern for a program called Future Connections that was in University Circle, Inc., back when Chris Ronayne was still the president. Everyone talked very highly about Chris Ronayne. He got to conduct my exit interview. At some point, I looked up to him. And now, after I see all these videos people talking about Palestinians using human shields, I just saw Al Jazeera break out a video of a Palestinian stripped, zip-tied arm behind his back, bloodied, being used by Israeli soldiers as a human shield. Not only that, but the week before, I saw an injured Palestinian being strapped onto the hood of a car by IDF soldiers and driven through the West Bank. That's not even in Gaza. We are setting the precedent that we are okay with this. And we are not okay with this. Divest now. And if you don't, we will come back. Free Palestine.
Daniel Ehrenreich. Daniel Ehrenreich. Alekos Maramas.
I'm Alekos Makramas. Do you know what it's like to be a childhood torture survivor? Because I do. It wasn't as bad as what the children in Palestine are enduring, but the beatings and psychological torture were frequent. So I would like to describe for you what it's like to have your psyche ripped away before it has a chance to develop. And as I do so, remember what I survived isn't a fraction of the ongoing genocide. So what I'm describing is actually going to be significantly worse for Palestinians. I live with a debilitating condition known as dissociative identity disorder. The torture of my childhood was so severe, my brain had to detach from reality and split into 10 different people to cope. I often wake up not knowing who or where I am. I've been so detached from my own body, I've developed infections from not realizing I need the bathroom. I struggle recognizing people I know. I have gaps in my memory, the longest of which being 8 months of living in a fog, the world blurry, myself blurry, and all energy every day dedicated just to survive. I struggle with basic tasks. I can't work. I'm consistently switching personalities and dropping into flashbacks screaming, "Stop! Please stop!" Because the beatings are just as real now as they were when I was a toddler, child, and teenager. His arm around my neck feels just as real now as it did when I was 8 through 14. And everything the Palestinian people have endured are leaving permanent scars just like those on their body, land, family lines, and psyche. Palestine now has the largest population of child amputees in the world, and these amputations take place without anesthesia. Imagine the sounds and the smells of your own bones being sawed off. A lifetime of mental and physical anguish is what you are condemning the Palestinians to. Any child under 9 is at risk for developing DID, which develops during severe trauma coupled with profound isolation. So children who have lost their entire family to the occupation's violence are extremely high risk. How do you develop secure attachments when everything and everyone you love is ripped away from you instantaneously by carpet bombing? I've already seen hundreds of videos of children, their eyes glazed over, children answering to different names or not being able to speak at all anymore. I can tell which kids are developing DID. It is an epidemic in Palestine because you chose to fund Israel's violence. 75% of Palestinians are disabled by this genocide, and you may think that makes them discardable, but I argue that makes them our responsibility because disability will never strip someone of their humanity, and you caused this. You, Chris, caused this. We haven't even seen the full extent of disability yet because in order to have PTSD, the trauma has to stop first. You hold in your hands the lives of millions of people and you're choosing to wrap your hands around their neck and squeeze.
Edith Greenberg.
I'm Edith Greenberg. Good evening. First of all, I have to recover from this last one, but also sitting here for a couple times and a few hours, we have to rethink the effect of the internet on the mind of these young people, that all the facts that they state, they learned on Facebook or whatever they use. Anyways, firstly, thank you to the members of this committee for your work on behalf of the concerns of our residents regarding investments made by Cuyahoga County in Israel bonds. I appreciate your withdrawing your decision to divest from Israel bonds and ask that you do not take any further action to interrupt foreign investment, considering that the only foreign investment of this county is in Israel bonds. Israel is by far the closest ally of the United States in the Middle East, an alliance so strong that this and past presidents call unshakable. No pun intended, but it's an unshakable bond. The alignment of ideals and posture is so solid that Israel is the only country in the world that ever built a 9/11 memorial. When this county invests in Israel bonds, it does so because Israel bonds are a solid investment with good returns. This is it. This is the criteria that needs to be used. Decisions of this caliber should not be based on the emotions and passions of people on either side. We need to do what's good for the county. Obviously, in this case, taking into consideration that we are dealing with a country that shares values with the United States. Giving into the demands of elements that oppose it, who do not represent the same Western and civilized values, who want to keep this county hostage, who threaten you here from where I'm standing now, who demonstrate radical behavior would be a grave mistake as they vie for the divestment of a country with whom we cooperate in every aspect of R&D. I therefore urge you to continue to do the best for the county, to continue investing in bonds, and to follow in the traditional cooperation that has been good and productive, and that has generated true results for us in Cuyahoga County. Thank you and have a good holiday.
Karen Steiger.
Karen Steiger. Atara Wisen.
My name's Atara Wiesen. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. Thank you for a decision to not move forward with the divestment proposal. I'm an 18-year-old recent high school graduate. I grew up in Cuyahoga County. I can now vote, and I fully understand the power and influence that you have. What frustrates me now is that we live in a world where people are driven by so-called news from unreliable sources. This includes TikTok, X, social media influencers, foreign entities, and even terrorist groups like Hamas themselves that spread lies and inaccuracies. And we can see this even in this room tonight. I have been to Israel several times. I have family and friends there. I therefore feel that it is my obligation to tell you the truth, the facts. You have a tremendous responsibility and challenge to not be swayed by all of the hate-filled banners, signs, and noise. I urge you to check sources and look to reliable news outlets that don't simply parrot false facts and fabricated statistics. I urge you to continue your responsibility as elected officials to support the only true democracy in the Middle East and the most reliable ally of the United States, the State of Israel. I urge you to stand for a country that from its founding in 1948 has been under constant attack, both physical and verbal, by enemies whose open agenda has been nothing less than Israel's total destruction. I urge you to stand with a country that is now engaged in a defensive war that they did not want to start, that they didn't start or want, a war that began with a massive attack by land, air, and sea on October 7th. I urge you to increase your support, not cut back, for an ally that is fighting terrorists who have taken women, elderly, and children hostage, including the remaining 8 American citizens who have been held in Gaza for over 260 days. I urge you to stand with a country whose soldiers risk their lives fighting block by block and door by door to minimize casualties, even while Hamas puts Palestinian civilians in harm's way as human shields, a cruel strategy that they openly report. Israeli soldiers have sacrificed their own lives in order to ensure safe passageway and distribution of millions of dollars of humanitarian aid provided by Israel and the United States that Hamas seeks to and continues to steal from its own people. If you're being true to your job and your constituents, you will stand for Israel, a country that upholds and protects all of its citizens' freedoms, including its 2 million Israeli Arab citizens who enjoy full rights, such as the right to vote, the honor to serve in the government, and access to free public health care and education. I thank you for retracting the divestment resolution. I implore you to continue supporting the democracy and the State of Israel.
Sarah Sagar. Sarah Sagar.
Laura Wolf.
My name is Laura Wolf, and I thank you for withdrawing this resolution, and I ask that you please do not reintroduce it. I have been a proud resident of Cuyahoga County for the past 12 years. My husband and I often say relocating back to Ohio was the best decision we could have made for our family. I introduce this about myself because I, like all of you, am a human, a nuanced, multidimensional individual. I am not a slogan. I am so much more than a person for or against this, a Zionist or an anti-Zionist. And yet, the proposal of this resolution dehumanizes me. I feel dehumanized in this room. We are no longer neighbors or proud Buckeyes. We are being forced into one camp or another. This resolution does nothing but divide our community. Recently, free the hostage signs, signs of babies, signs of people that have been hostages have been vandalized in my neighborhood. Anti-Semitic slurs have been shouted at my children and their friends. They are scared to walk down the streets of their neighborhood now. This is not the community I joined 12 years ago. Less than 2 months ago, I left behind my family, got on a plane, and flew to Israel. I could no longer keep hearing about what was happening. I felt compelled to see it with my own eyes. I was invited into the home of the grieving mother of Segev. Her 20-year-old son was killed on October 7th when a grenade was thrown into the dining hall of his base. He jumped on it, sacrificing himself and saving the lives of the rest of his platoon. I hugged Segev's mother, and I told her his memory and his sacrifice would not be in vain. I met Rafi, who lived for 54 years with his family in a kibbutz in the Gaza envelope, and watched from his own window as his neighbor and close friend Shlomo Mansour was taken from his home by Hamas terrorists. Shlomo, the oldest hostage still in captivity, is now 86 years old. And I met a woman my age who spent 16 hours huddled in her safe room with her 12-year-old daughter and miraculously survived the terrorist attack on her kibbutz. 19 neighbors, friends of hers, were brutally murdered that day, and nonetheless, she told me that she also worries daily about the safety of her Gazan neighbors who live only a mile away from her home. I left with her words ringing in my ears. We are all human. I bring you these stories of real people with names and families, humans just like us. They are not categories, they are not slogans, and they are not propaganda.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sarah Sagar.
I am Cantor Sarah Sager. I have been a resident of Cuyahoga County for 44 years. And I am grateful to so many friends, colleagues, neighbors, and fellow Jews who have spoken eloquently, passionately, and intelligently this evening. There is very little I can add to what they have all said, except to share with you that this is my second time to be here for one of these hearings. And I value what you are doing to hear the opinions of your public, your community. But what I have heard has saddened me deeply and filled me with misgivings because of the lies, the misguided perceptions, the willing spewing of hatred and of true racism. It frightens me, and it's very difficult to listen to. I have heard slogans, as I have said, lies, and an almost carnival-like forum for hate speech. I've heard this constant cry that somehow an investment in Israel funds genocide. Israel is not the country that is crying from the river to the sea. Israel and its supporters are not the ones who want to wipe an entire people off the face of the earth. At no point have I heard any acknowledgement of the evil and terror of Hamas, who are the true enslavers of the Palestinian people. The investments that you are considering do not fund any kind of military actions in Israel, but they have supported and continue to support medical and technological innovations that benefit every single person in this room. I encourage you to resist the hate that you have been listening to and to continue on the path of intelligence and support for this community. Thank you.
Dan Shoag. Dan Shoag. Michael Lowenstein.
Ladies and gentlemen of the council, my name is Michael Lowenstein. I reside in District 6. I am a Jewish American and a supporter of Israel's right to exist and to thrive. Boycott, divestment, here are the Israel bonds, and sanction are collectively known as BDS. BDS is a global effort undertaken by Hamas and its kafir-draped supporters to delegitimize Israel and to isolate and annihilate the Jewish people, yes, from the river to the sea. It is most unfortunate that you are members of, that you as members of the council are caught up in the middle of this pernicious BDS effort. I thank you, the sponsors and the council, for the withdrawal of the divestment resolution. Thank you.
Bernard Cotton.
My name is Bernard Cotton. For the first 37 years of my life, I lived in apartheid South Africa, not a very good place. But I can tell you, Israel is not an apartheid state. If you go to visit Israel and you need health care, there's a very high probability your attending physician will be an Israeli Arab. This could never happen in apartheid South Africa. I applaud you for your wisdom and courage in withdrawing the very divisive divestment resolution. And I encourage you to continue resisting and wasting your time on having to deal with getting this back in a modified, corrupted way. And the issue is not really about the wisdom of investing financially in Israeli bonds. That's not the issue. The issue is, as you've heard tonight, there's a segment of our community who insist that Israel has blood on its hands, that Israel bonds are tainted blood money, and they want to make a political statement, and they want to punish Israel by divesting in its bonds. So now let's forget about all the propaganda, the crazy rhetoric, the lies. Let's just deal with some facts and truth. October the 7th, atrocities were committed by Hamas entering Israel, and they slaughtered Israelis. This is not something that, and the Israelis are victims. You can say with the passage in time and twisting and turning and propaganda, the Israelis are the perpetrators, not the victims. That's a lie. They were and remain the victims. The Israeli government has a duty and an obligation to protect its citizens, to take action that something like this doesn't happen again, and to do their best to degrade Hamas as much as possible. And for this, for doing their nation's duty, They should not be punished by divestment from Israeli bonds. Hamas, on the other hand, from my point of view, we're talking about the devil incarnate. They were the perpetrators of the savage atrocities. They can call themselves resistance heroes, etc., but it doesn't get away from the fact that they were the perpetrators of the savage stuff.
Thank you.
Brian Duplazer. Brian? Thank you.
My name is Brian Duplazer, and I'm here today to discuss divestment in Israel. But first off, we have some opposition here in Zionists that think we're sharing you misinformation. We're getting our information from TikTok, and they like to cite information from the UN. So I'll follow that as well. On June 10th of 24, the UN, the United Nations Human Rights Office of Commission, has put out a report, and I'm here to read you that report. In relation to Israeli military operations and attacks in Gaza, the Commission found that Israeli authorities are responsible for the war crimes of starvation as a method of warfare, murder, or willful killing, intentionally directing attacks against civilians and civilian objects, forcible transfer, sexual violence, torture and inhuman or cruel treatment, arbitrary detention, and outrages upon personal dignity. The Commission found that the crimes against humanity of extermination, gender persecution, targeting Palestinian men and boys, murder, forcible transfer, and torture and inhuman and cruel treatment were also committed. The immense numbers of civilian casualties in Gaza and widespread destruction of civilian objects and infrastructure were the inevitable result of a strategy undertaken with intent to cause maximum damage, disregarding the principles of distinction, proportionality, and adequate precautions. The intentional use of heavy weapons with large destructive capacity in densely populated areas constitutes an intentional and direct attack on civilian population. The report found that statements made by Israeli officials, including those reflecting the policy of inflicting widespread destruction and killing large numbers of civilians, amounted to incitement and may constitute other serious international crimes. Direct and public incitement to genocide is a crime under international law whenever perpetrated, even by persons with no direct authority for the conduct of the hostilities. Incitement to discrimination, hostility, or violence is a serious violation of international human rights law and may amount to an international crime. Although Israel issued hundreds of evacuation orders to people in North Gaza and other locations, the Commission found that they were at times insufficient, unclear, and conflicting, and did not provide adequate time for safe evacuations. Furthermore, the evacuation routes in the areas designated as safe were consistently attacked by Israeli forces. All of this, the Commission determined, amounted to forcible transfer. The Commission determined that Israel's imposed a total siege, which amounts to collective punishment against the civilian population. Israeli authorities have weaponized the siege and used the provision of life-sustaining necessities, including by severing water, food, electricity, fuel, and humanitarian assistance for strategic and political gains. The siege was disproportionately impacted pregnant women and persons with disabilities, with serious harm inflicted on children, leading to preventable child deaths from starvation, including newborns. That's just the beginning of it.
Thank you.
Mike Conley.
My name is Michael Conley. I'm a member of, well, I live here in Cleveland. I'm a member of the Cleveland Democratic Socialists of America, and I'm also technically incorporated as a business in Cleveland Heights, so part of the small business community here. And I'm also very excited and proud to say that I have a beautiful new niece that was just born at the end of last October. Her name is Vanessa, and she's wonderful, and is getting pretty rambunctious. I don't know if you remember when they were that age, but they can be a handful. And I saw a video recently of a Doctors Without Borders doctor treating a child with malnutrition. And this stood out in my mind because he said that the child's date of birth, and this child, he was born the same week as Vanessa. He's almost 9 months old, and he weighs 8 pounds. And he's not very rambunctious because he can't move. And for all I know, he's dead by now. He probably is. You don't have to agree with anything I'm saying or that I personally believe in or any of these people, other than the notion that we shouldn't be funding a famine, let alone an intentional manufactured famine. And we know that it's manufactured because Israeli government officials have been going on Israeli television and have been saying that these children are just, and I quote, just future terrorists, and that there are no uninvolved civilians in Gaza. That's a direct quote. Every single major human rights organization in the world is ringing the alarm bells about famine, including the one that was cited here earlier tonight. At about 6 p.m. tonight, this gentleman wearing teal cited the Famine Review Committee report that came out about a week ago. I thought that was kind of interesting, so I looked that up on my phone as he was saying it. The second paragraph on the first page says, quote, "The probable improvement in nutrition status in May should not allow any room for complacency, and that the risk of famine is as high, at least as high, as it has been at any time in the past few months." There's not a single organization, human rights organization, in the world that is denying the risk of famine. And the Israeli government the government officials are going on the news and talking about how, you don't feed your enemies. We can't allow that. That's also a direct quote from an advisor to the National Defense Minister. You don't have to agree with me on anything other than our tax dollars shouldn't be supporting a manufactured famine. After the horrors of the genocides of the 20th century, the world said, never again. And never again is right now. And we are funding it.
Megan Rose.
Hello again. My name is Megan Rose. I'm a member of Cleveland GSA. If for some reason this is important to y'all, I am a business owner. I've operated a tech business out of Cuyahoga County for 4 years, and it has been my full-time income for 2.5 years. I also graduated college 10 years ago, wear reading glasses, and have chronic joint pain, so please don't mistake me for a youth. I'm stuck in connections with 2 families in Gaza, and I can confirm for anyone in this room who wants to see the pictures and text messages that I've received from them. I can tell you with no shadow of a doubt, they were eating animal feed. There was a woman 4 months pregnant who is the wife of someone I literally work with, and she was eating animal feed. She just recently fled after we raised, how much did we have to raise? It was $10,000 a head for adults and $5,000 for children when they went, and then they had to be put on a wait list for a month to flee to Egypt. So guess what, Zionists? The source is me. I'm the source. It's not TikTok, it's not Twitter. The source is literally the people in this room whose families have been killed. There are people right outside the glass back there, their families have been killed or maimed. They have people that are in detention camps. We've literally heard it. So you really can't paint this as crazy youth issue or as, we're just getting our information from TikTok. So shockingly, yeah, these pictures were not sent to me by Hezbollah or Iran. They were sent to me by another human being, a citizen. So I will share them with anyone who asks, including council, including anyone in this room. I apologize that I couldn't be here last time. I was visiting a friend and her lovely and welcoming family in Tunisia, which is an Arab country where I bought birth control over the counter, wore swimsuits in public, and I wasn't beheaded for my green hair. Unlike some people in this room, I'm not afraid of Arabs or Muslims. I just want to address the council about the decorum that we have seen, specifically when it's people talking about their family members being killed. I'm appalled that in this room you've had people the Zionists specifically laughing, smirking, and rolling their eyes while people are talking about torture and murder. And I just want to ask the people that were doing that, do you think it's cute to be seen on a live stream laughing at people being murdered, amputated, beheaded, and burned alive? How do you think it makes you look? Would you be proud of yourself if you watched this video 5 or 10 years from now? And would you want your children to see you laughing at people being beheaded? It's vile and it's quite frankly unacceptable. I do not understand why the council only cares about decorum when it's on the other side. Free Palestine.
Basma Hamid.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for having me. My name is Basma Hamid. I am from Deir Bzia, West Bank of west of Ramallah in Palestine. My house was occupied by Zionist settlers in 1967, supported by tax dollars from Cuyahoga County. Investing in Israeli bonds is the worst decision you could make. Divest now and help our communities grow. Don't be fooled by the propaganda about high interest rates or high yield on these investments. These are terrible investments. They are downgraded in rating and not worth the time. I'm asking you to discontinue all types of trade with Zionist fascism, apartheid state of Israel, and whoever supports their regime. These funds are used to commit genocide, war crimes, bomb tents, schools, hospitals, homes, and kill children and innocent people in Gaza and Palestine. It killed over 50,000 innocent people, more than 20,000 children, and still counting. Prioritize investment here in the community. My tax dollars must be put to work here to improve the quality of life to everybody and provide justice for all. And you will not silence me by lowering the number of public commentators that we speak here. Hasbi Allah wa ni'mal wakil. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Thank you.
Amanda Christensen.
My name is Amanda Christensen, Middleburg Heights. I'm not Jewish, I'm not Palestinian. I'm calling for an end to investment in Israel bonds. I had a really prepared and timed speech, and I want to engage a little bit more in the conversation, so bear with me. First, I do want to introduce myself, though. I'm a mother, I'm a nurse. I've spent time in countries that have been impacted by recent genocides doing humanitarian work, such as Rwanda and Guatemala, where I've listened to stories of survivors firsthand. I'm involved locally in the my Middleburg Democrat Club. I'm a member of the executive committee and my central committee and a member of the Cuyahoga County Progressive Caucus. And I think it's interesting because like a lot of us here politically have a lot in common. You know, we have a lot of liberals, a lot of progressives in the room, socialists across the spectrum, and we're not going to reconcile everyone's narratives here tonight. So I'd kind of like to bring the discussion back to the scope of the issue, which I think is, I guess I just want to say the two things that like I personally am protesting about Israel right now. And number one is the deprivation of survival resources that have been sounded by trusted global organizations such as Doctors Without Borders, such as Save the Children, organizations I have long histories of following and supporting financially, who are saying like, this is not okay, this is not normal. And so to me as a concerned citizen, that's something that I'm gonna pay attention to. And the second thing that I'm really concerned about, I know even within the Jewish community, I have a cousin who is Jewish who married into a Jewish family. And so we have a lot of intense conversations that I try to have respectfully and listen. And we agree on almost everything. The thing that I can't get past is the renewed push for settlements in the West Bank, illegal settlements in the West Bank, and like, where is that going to stop? Is that going to happen in Gaza in 2 years? Is that the plan? It's not that I'm protesting all Jewish people or everyone in Israel. What I'm protesting is that the right-wing Israeli government, it seems like no one can stop them. It seems like our president cannot stop them, cannot align with them. And so if he doesn't even have the power to do that, what other choice do Palestinians have than to boycott? We are boycotting Israel because we want change. We want to pressure them. And how else can we pressure them? What other way can we send a message other than boycotting that we don't agree with what the right-wing Israeli government is continuing to do, that continues to contribute to the crisis and not offer anyone any solutions? That's empathizing to everyone in the room who is impacted and is suffering right now. And that's why I'm here, is because I want to show solidarity to everyone who is suffering. So to me, divestment is the only way I have to send a signal that I do not agree. And what I wanted to address was whether or not it's the county's role. I'll do that maybe later. So.
Gregory Levy.
My name is Greg Levy. My parents were born and raised in East Cleveland and Glenville, and I live here. I'm here to ask that this body move to divest from any and all investments in the Zionist entity. The progressive people of the world have taken notice to the atrocities in Gaza. The stench of the shed blood of the Palestinian people has risen such that no one can ignore the butchering that has taken place at the hands of the Zionist war machine and its American bombs. People of conscience are inconsolable because we are familiar with the rhythm of atrocities, because they annoy us with the daily reminders of our own history and pesky questions like, what is a Cuyahoga, an Erie, a Miami, a Shawnee, a Creek? Small reminders that the people who lived here for thousands of years are no longer heard. They have been removed and they cannot return. They were the victims of the world's greatest and to this day unpunished organized crime spree in world history. The multiple genocides of the indigenous peoples of the land we live on today. It is still self-evident that our lives are lived on the stolen lands of indigenous peoples, and their brave refusal to be enslaved stands as a lesson to all. When the settlers come, fight them or be enslaved. Settlers always bring genocide and slavery for the masses and assimilation for the few that are willing to be defeated. This is the trade-off for settler colonialism, and it is an unacceptable deal for all the masses of the people. Conscious people must side with the oppressed people of the world. For those of us who have inherited inferior conditions and status in the European colony, it is our duty and in our interest of our very survival to side with the masses of oppressed over the few who get rich off of theft and exploitation in our labor and lives. In South Africa, settlers came to steal the land and enslave the people. It was at first the Dutch and then the British, like the U.S. When the settlers enslave indigenous people, they create laws to legalize and make permanent their enslavement. We call this apartheid. The U.S. invented apartheid, and fascists all over the world came here to study how to most efficiently enslave working peoples. The United States and Great Britain always support apartheid regimes. They supported our own here. They supported the white settlers in South Africa and this apartheid regime, and they support the Zionist regime in Palestine, where Arabs are offered second-class status. Malcolm X taught us that there's no such thing as a second-class citizen. There's free and there's enslaved. Apartheid is an attempt to enslave a whole people. Africans in America always side with human emancipation and against apartheid. Support for Zionists is, in fact, a vote for ethno-nationalism and apartheid. Although settler colonial projects produce token leaders from oppressed groups that try to seduce us into assimilation, we do not want to enslave anyone. We want to emancipate everyone. There is no just way to steal land. Free Palestine.
Lou? Lou?
Good evening, everybody. All right. As a tourist in this county, I really don't understand why people want to blame a financial product, which doesn't do anything to hurt people or to help people, but humans are. The people in this county are the ones deciding what to do with the financial product. We don't deny this particular one has a good turnout financially, However, the past winter, we start seeing more unhoused population, homeless people, actually sleep on the street. Homeless family nowadays don't sleep even in the car. They really literally on the street. So if this financial product is so good, how come we have more health and human services not being delivered properly? So don't blame the investment on this product. How government allocate budget, how these budgets are actually utilized is the point we should look at. From all these meetings, I learned lots of people individually, you own this particular product, and I'm glad, because in that case, you will be away from getting into homelessness and mass incarcerations. But if people together in this county don't work together, we only worry about the genocide across the globe. How about the slow torturing for the people right now on the street, in the shelter? Please, I will tell you, listen, we have people with the precious Jewish heritage and the precious Palestinian heritage in our homeless systems, not getting the help they need. They have even tried to get a doctor's notes in order to avoid pork products to eat vegetables. Is this humane? Is this just? Please, the genocide, the slow murder, the slow torture is here, in our own yard. Are we going to resolve these issues to save the people right here first? Our enemy, domestic enemy, is the poverty. Sorry about the raccoon in Mr. Miller's yard. It's good we want to help everybody else, but we have not even resolved our own serious issue here for decades. Please understand the truth of it. We may not get all the correct information based on people's comments, but we can work together for ourselves here.
Thank you, Lou.
Steve Norris.
Hi, my name's Steve Norris, and I'm asking again to divest from Israel bonds. Yet again, more people die every week that we come here. I'd like to note that this week we are filming Superman in the city, and I don't think that Superman would stand by when people are dying, and I hope you won't either.
Tyler Goliath.
I'm Tyler Goliath. I'm from North Olmsted, District 1, meaning Mr. Kelly there represents me. Not part of any organization, just a concerned Cuyahoga County resident. During the presidential debate, I'm not sure if anyone here saw, but Donald Trump called Joe Biden a very bad Palestinian. I, for one, am thankful we have a mainstream news sources like The Onion to fact check this. True, Biden is far too alive to be a Palestinian. Last time we were here, one of the speakers supporting the government of Israel said the investments aren't spent on war. Then a different speaker came up here and brought up the wonderful inventions that Israel's created with the money we invest. And funny enough, the examples they gave were the Iron Dome and GPS, which are, as they said themselves, made for military purposes. Yeah, the Holocaust was a horrific genocide, but the Germans did make a turbojet engine in the Autobahn. Yeah, not only is that a bad argument, but it's mixed messaging. Is Israel not spending that money on war, or are they using it to increase their war capacity? Sounds like the genocide supporters need to get their messaging right. The answer to the latter, by the way, the bonds that you guys have, unrestricted, meaning that the money can be used however Israel wants, which includes using our tax money to bomb civilians. One person today said, "Can you believe the Palestinian supporters are saying Allah Akbar?" I'm not even Muslim, and I know that that phrase just means God is great. That's what it means. Another mentions that removal of foreign aid to Israel means destruction of Israel, meaning Israeli civilians will be displaced. Where will Israelis live? It's baffling. Remember when apartheid Africa ended and they kicked all the white people out? Remember when apartheid ended in South Africa and they killed all the white people? Yeah, that didn't happen. Don't be silly. Another person says, anyone who uses the word genocide is not on the side of good people. Please don't tell me anyone in this room genuinely believes that. There are plenty of good people calling what the Nazis did during World War II genocide. Yet, even another wonders why we care about what's happening to Palestinians and not those in Ukraine, Yemen, so many other people where people are suffering. We do care. And we'd be protesting too if the county financially supported the foreign nations responsible for their suffering. I'm here today because I have the radical left-wing opinion that we should be investing the money collected from Cuyahoga County residents into Cuyahoga County, not overseas. To the supporter of Israel's government, remember to keep saying that everyone you disagree with is anti-Semitic and Hamas. It's a great look. And to the council, invest in Cuyahoga County's money in Cuyahoga County, not overseas. Free Palestine.
Marvin Schiff.
Good evening. My name is Marvin Schiff, and I'm a 10-year resident of University Heights and a 43-year resident of Cuyahoga County. I'm the son of a concentration camp survivor. My mother was incarcerated by the Nazis from age 5 to age 8. She committed no crime, but was imprisoned merely for being born a Jew. She has strong memories of the atrocities of the Nazis. Her recollections are not dissimilar to what happened to innocent attendees of the Nova Music Festival on October 7th. You may recall those concertgoers were just trying to enjoy a fall day listening to music. The attendees weren't murderers, they weren't rapists or terrorists, just a group of young people enjoying a day off from their work or school lives. I was brought up to always remember the catchphrase, never forget, but I often dismissed my parents' concern that the crimes of the Nazis could occur again. I was wrong. On October 7th, Jewish and Arab Israeli citizens were brutalized. These innocents were tortured, raped, and killed in the most vicious ways by a group of inhumans. Much like the Nazis, these terrorists didn't care about anyone or anything except their selfish and misguided concept of revenge against Israelis for merely existing. This council must not be persuaded to believe that this behavior should be rewarded by even considering the divestiture in our recognized friend and ally, the State of Israel. Anti-Semitism is on the rise. This body must reject hatred of Jews. Council cannot endorse the scapegoating of a Jewish democracy by Hamas, a group that lacks reasonable and rational leadership, a terrorist group that is only itself to blame for the subsequent bloodshed by a state that is only trying to defend itself from annihilation. I would hope that everyone in this room sympathize with every human who has been downtrodden, whether they are Black, Hispanic, gay, Jewish, or Palestinian. But the path to peace is through negotiation, not attacking a legally recognized sovereign democracy. No reasonable person should question Israel's right to defend herself from brutalization. In World War II, our own country had to make tough decisions to defend itself from attack. Unfortunately, innocents were killed by our government in Dresden, Hiroshima, and Nagasaki. Today, our hearts go out to the human shields that the cowards of Hamas hide behind in homes, schools, and hospitals. We implore this council not to get caught up in the lynch mob of Hamas. Our President Joe Biden has sent a strong message of support for Israel, and our local government should follow through with a complete repudiation of hate and terrorism by Hamas's evil. Thank you.
Khalid Hamdallah.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Khalid Hamdallah. I'm here representing the Palestinian Youth Movement and the Cleveland Palestine Advocacy Community. When we first came here on April 9th, I was the very first speaker, and I asked you guys to treat me as your neighbor, to listen to me and respect me as your neighbor. I reminded you that we work, we play, we eat in the same communities that we all love. I'm a resident of Cuyahoga County for over 25 years. So, where did I go? I can appreciate the difficult position that you guys are in. After all, we are all neighbors. We live on this beautiful street that we call Cuyahoga County, and you guys find yourselves in the middle of a classic neighbor brawl. Is it a decades-long conflict that's too complicated to solve here in America? Or is it just a recent conflict that started on October 7th? I don't know, conflicting reports from the other side, but nonetheless, we are here. Our neighbors are afraid. They're afraid because their grandfather's house burned down 75 years ago, and they're traumatized, and they'll tell anybody who will listen that it is something that lives with them and they want to avoid in the future, and we understand that, we empathize with that. But while they're afraid of a hypothetical, our house is burning down right now. Palestine is currently in a famine. And whether our counterparts want to argue, oh, it's technically not a famine, it's technically not a genocide, it's technically not an apartheid, I ask, where is the accountability? Is there any moment in time where a non-Zionist can criticize you guys and it not be accused of anti-Semitism? Anything, like legitimate question, because it doesn't feel that way. It doesn't feel like you guys are open to accountability and self-reflection. I understand I'm all over the place. I wanted to write something down. I wanted coherent thoughts, but I haven't been sleeping much. Most recently, it's that video of the attack dog in an elderly woman's home, inches from her face, waking her up from her sleep, about to chew her head off. This is just one of thousands of examples over the last 9 months, and me personally over the last 32 years of traumatic stories coming out of Palestine. So no, this didn't start on October 7th. No, it's not a decades-old long conflict. It started in the late 1800s and it escalated in 1948 through the Nakba. And I'm here, I appreciate it, Reverend, thank you. I have a lot to say. I go back and forth on if I even want to entertain conversations with Zionists sometimes, because I don't know. But you guys know where to find me. Mr. O'Neill, I've been trying to get a meeting with you for a couple weeks. I would really love to sit down and kind of talk this out. Mr. Jones, you too. You guys have a great night. Thank you.
Skylar Urban.
Good evening. My name is Skylar Urban. I'm a constituent of Ward 5 and a teacher in the Cleveland Metropolitan School District, and I'm here today to call for divestment from Israel bonds. Last council, we heard from a very vocal minority of people who were stating that those of us working for Palestinian liberation are anti-Semitic and wish harm to the Jewish community. I'm not sure how that could possibly be, considering the number of Jewish speakers in support of Palestinians, like the wonderful group of Jewish Voice for Peace who have supported the movement from the beginning. The true force of anti-Semitism is not the movement for Palestinian liberation, but the Zionist movement in America. Zionism fundamentally relies on anti-Semitism to exist. The ideology was created after World War II because of the acts of violence against Jews, but the farther removed from World War II we get, the less it is about the safety of Jews and the more it is about their entitlement to a land that has been inhabited by Palestinians for thousands of years. If you look at the supporters of Zionism, a large portion of these supporters aren't even Jewish. Why do we think that is? It's not because they want a Jewish nation, but because they want Jews out of our community, which is ridiculous. Modern-day Zionism relies on and feeds off of anti-Semitism. It gives people a socially acceptable way to isolate and exile Jews from our communities. It gives political power to those people who don't care about the Jews that they want to segregate to Israel or the people whose lands that they are taking by force, but are happy because their communities start to look more like them. The solution to anti-Semitism is not to give those people what they want by moving to Israel, but by working within our communities to foster acceptance, connection, and democracy. For all people, not just Jews, but for Palestinians, women, children, the disabled community, people of color, all of whom are being targeted in Gaza as we speak. We say never again, but it's only never again if you're Jewish or European or American or white. To say never again, then fund the perpetration of those same acts of violence committed against Jews in the Holocaust is shameful. Never again means never again for Jews, never again for Palestinians, for Congo, for Sudan, for Ukraine, for anywhere. People across the globe, for indigenous peoples, and any person living under oppressive colonial regimes. When I look at the members of this council who've used their powers to abuse the democratic processes, to use the tax dollars of citizens against their will and against their well-being, and today to violate their rights to free speech, assembly, and petition by introducing that resolution. I don't see Zionists, I see Nazis.
Rob Loftus.
Hi, my name is Rob Loftus, and I live in Bay Village, so Councilman Kelly is my representative. This is my 4th time appearing before the council to ask them to divest from Israel, as Summit County has done. I think the way Summit County did it, just from the NPR article, was simply by deciding not to repurchase the bonds, which would get around state laws. Because this is my 4th statement, I will be repeating myself somewhat, but some things bear repeating. I always want to stress the humanitarian catastrophe. Somewhere between 35 and 45,000 people are dead, and at least 15,000 of those are children. Most of the population is displaced, and everyone is starving. As I understand it, Israel could end the famine by opening up the border crossings, but they haven't, and this tells me that they're using famine as a weapon of war. Also, as I understand it, Egypt could end the famine by opening their side of the border and letting the people who want to flee, flee. However, they don't do that because it goes against the interest of their ruling class. If Cuyahoga County held Egyptian bonds, I'd protest that too, but they don't. The only foreign country they invest in is Israel, and that tells me that this was a political decision to begin with, right? That people on both sides keep alluding to this fact. I just take it to be at bottom that we've always been engaged in politics here. Another point that I want to reiterate is that highly militarized ethno-religious states don't actually provide any safety for the members of the ethnic or religious group they are built around. These states just create a militarized backlash amongst the excluded group, which starts the cycle of perpetual war. This is true of a Jewish state. This is true of an Islamic state. This is true of any Christian state that people want to establish here. Perpetual war benefits the masters of war, not the common people. Peace comes when you have secular governments not affiliated with any ethnic or religious group that protects the rights of all people in their territory equally. Growing up, I thought this was an uncontroversial opinion in America, but I guess I was wrong. Peace doesn't come through military strength, it comes through justice. I'm going off my prepared remarks here. There's a form of argument that I just can't understand here, which is something like, oh, what Israel is doing in Gaza isn't any worse than what America did in Afghanistan, or what America did in Dresden, or just now, the bombing of Hiroshima. In my head, I had the bombing of Hiroshima as a parody of this argument. Oh, what's happening in Gaza isn't any worse than the bombing of Hiroshima, therefore it must be okay. I thought that was going to be a joke, but then they just said it. This doesn't have to happen.
That concludes the public comment portion for today's meeting.
At this moment, we'll entertain a motion to approve our minutes.
So moved. Second.
Then properly moved and seconded. All in favor of approving the minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. We'll also entertain a motion to excuse Councilmember Jack Schron from today's meeting.
I so move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Mr. President,
Yes.
could you recognize me for the record, please?
Let's recognize Councilwoman Cheryl Stevens. That she's present. At this time, messages from the county executive.
Thank you, Council President, members of council. Good evening. Just a few remarks about past activities and we hope future-looking activities. 2 Fridays and Saturday ago, we hosted 7,500 Cuyahoga County residents on the under deck of the Veterans Memorial Bridge. Want to thank Public Works, the Sheriff's Department, our transportation team on helping our community vision what can be in a future-looking project to connect our east and west over the Cuyahoga River. It's an exciting project, and I want to thank the team that put it together to help our residents explore it and help us also plan the future of it. Want to also say that on June 25th, the Surgeon General declared gun violence as a public health crisis, as I think most of you know. That same day, we opened up with the Attorney General and the Director of ATF who were in town, Merrick Garland and Steve Dettelbach, the Crime Gun Intelligence Center, CJIC. I would encourage you at some point to tour it. We are doing our best to avert upstream gun violence. Many of our guns in this community are linked to multiple crimes in the community. The ballistics intelligence and other intelligence will help us continue to stem the tide of gun violence, but we've got a lot more to do. I'm really grateful to our federal government for helping us open CJIC, Crime Gun Intelligence Center. It just so happened on the very day that the Surgeon General declared gun violence as a public health crisis. Gun violence is the second leading cause of death in children and youth in Cuyahoga County. It's the first leading cause of death in the nation. We'll be coming back to you to explore ideas with you about what we can do as a community to stem the tide of gun violence. I wholeheartedly agree with the Surgeon General's statement that gun violence is a public health crisis. Finally, in that same vein, I want to thank our nation's servicemen and women for their service to us as we approach the 4th of July holiday weekend. Try to remember what it's all about. This weekend marks the 130th anniversary of the Soldiers and Sailors Monument, which opened July 4th, 130 years ago. It was the design of Levi Schofield, who designed the building right across the street. But it is emblematic of our soldiers and sailors that have perished fighting for our freedom. So first and foremost, let us remember them as we enjoy the holiday freedom, July 4th here in America. Happy holidays, healthy and safe to your family. Thank you.
All right, legislation introduced by council. Consideration of resolutions of council for first reading and referral to committee.
Resolution 2024-0246, awarding a total sum not to exceed $6,000 to the United Black Fund of Greater Cleveland for the Afro-Pact Summit from the District 8 ARPA Community Grant Fund.
This item will be referred to the Community Development Committee.
Resolution 2024-0247, awarding a total sum not to exceed $10,000 to Birthing Beautiful Communities for the Birth Center Facility Project from the District 8 ARPA Community Grant Fund.
This item will be referred to the Health, Human Services, and Aging Committee.
Resolution 2024-0248, awarding a total sum not to exceed $10,000 to SHINE for the SHINE Girls Program from the District 9 ARPA Community Grant Fund.
This item will be referred to the Education, Environment, and Sustainability Committee.
Resolution 2024-0249, awarding a total sum not to exceed $25,000 to the Spread the Love Foundation for the Interest to Income Program from the District 9 ARPA Community Grant Fund.
This item will be referred to the Public Safety and Justice Affairs Committee.
Resolution 2024-0250, awarding a total sum not to exceed $20,000 to the Western Reserve Historical Society for the Carl B. Stokes History and Legacy Project from the District 9 ARPA Community Grant Fund.
This item will be referred to the Community Development Committee.
Resolution 2024-0251, awarding a total sum not to exceed $200,000 to Karamu House for the Karamu's Next Generation Capital Improvements Project from the District 10 ARPA Community Grant Fund.
This item will be referred to the Community Development Committee.
Resolution 2024-0252, awarding a total sum not to exceed $295,000 to the Home Repair Resource Center for the Challenge Fund Loan Program from the District 10 ARPA Community Grant Fund.
This item will be referred to the Community Development Committee.
Resolution 2024-0253, adopting various changes to the Cuyahoga County Non-Bargaining Classification Plan.
This item will be referred to the Human Resources Appointments and Equity Committee.
Resolution 2024-0254, amending various resolutions. The first dated December 5th, 2023. That was resolution number 2023-0349. Which authorized funding in the amount of $2,500,000 to Variety Properties, LLC for the benefit of a project located at 11801-11825 Lorraine Avenue in the city of Cleveland by extending the resolution sunset provision from May 31st, 2024 to November 30th, 2024, converting the funding from a grant to a partially or fully forgivable loan, requiring review and approval of terms by the Cuyahoga County Community Improvement Corporation.
This item will be referred to the Economic Development and Planning Committee.
Resolution 2024-0266, amending Rule 17 of the Cuyahoga County Rules of Council to establish additional guidelines and procedures for public comment at council and committee meetings.
This item will be referred to the Committee of the Whole. Committee report and consideration of a resolution of council for second reading.
Resolution 2024-0225, awarding a total sum not to exceed $75,000 to the Crew Foundation for the Skill Up, Crew Up initiative from the District 8 ARPA Community Grant Fund.
All right, I believe we have a proposed substitute.
Good evening, council members. Trevor McClure, County Council staff. In your packet is a proposed substitute that would add the remaining dollars out of the District 10 ARPA Community Grant Fund, which equals $20,324.03, which would take the total award to the Crew Foundation to $95,324.03.
All right, is there a motion to accept the proposed substitute?
So moved. I'll
Properly
second
moved
then.
by Councilman Miller and seconded by Councilwoman Cheryl Stevens. All right, again, is there any discussion on the proposed substitute?
Mr. President?
Yes.
Crew is one of those programs that kind of organically grew out of the Film Commission's activities in this county. One of the members of the board of the Film Festival, as well as the Film Commission, decided that inner city youth needed to understand about film and the variety of roles they could play in it. In addition to being something that makes us feel good and smile, it is a new initiative into the workforce world. These young people learn skill sets that can actively be used on films as they come into this marketplace. Like there are young people from this program that are finding roles at the Superman filming activities. These are the kinds of things we need to do, more investment in ways that will help folks develop skill sets in areas that we hadn't thought about before. And I know that you agree with me on this, since it's money from both of us on this one. And it was brought to my attention by my colleague to my right, Meredith Turner, last year, and at an event recognizing the young people who had participated last year. Meredith and I challenged each other to participate again this year. So thank you for your commitment to helping young people learn about different ways to be successful in the future.
And I echo those comments. workforce development is a critical component in helping our children grow, expand, and succeed. And the Crew Foundation is doing an excellent job in playing a part in that role. So I am happy to support this as well.
Council President, the proposed substitute includes a whereas that summarizes what you and the Vice President just talked about.
All right. All those in favor of accepting the proposed substitute, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. And this item will move to the July 16th council agenda for consideration for third reading adoption.
President, would you please add my name?
Let's add Councilwoman Turner's name. Committee reports in consideration of resolutions of council for second reading adoption under suspension of rules. Can I have a motion to suspend Rule 9D?
Mr. President, I move to suspend the rule.
Second.
Properly moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. The rules are suspended.
Resolution 2024-0227, adopting various changes to the Cuyahoga County non-bargaining classification plan A through F.
Move to adopt. Second. This item and the next one on the agenda were brought forward by the PRC to make various changes to the class plan. It was unanimously supported in committee, and I ask for your support of both of these items.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Resolution 2024-0228, adopting various changes to the Cuyahoga County non-bargaining classification plan A through J.
Move to adopt. Second. Same, we heard in committee, unanimously voted out. I ask for your support of this item as well.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Consideration of resolutions of council for third reading adoption.
Resolution 2024-0198, awarding a total sum not to exceed $20,000 to Ashbury Community Services, Inc. for the Digital Aviator Program from the District's 7 and 9 ARPA Community Grant Funds.
Second.
Mr. President, this is an ARPA application at its third reading. It is to help broadband services in Community Ward 9. And I ask my colleagues to support. They also have a location on the west side, so it helps seniors. I believe the seniors will be graduating next week, those that have participated in broadband services. Thank you.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. The resolution is adopted.
Resolution 2024-0199, awarding a total sum not to exceed $5,000 to the Building and Leveraging Opportunities Foundation for the purpose of providing 60 bicycles to Warrensville City Schools from the District 9 ARPA Community Grant Fund.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Thank you. I'm going to turn this over to the sponsor.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman. So this legislation is for the bicycles for students in the Warrensville City Schools. Purpose of this project is to promote and foster healthy lifestyles, community engagement, encourage outdoor activity, reduce reliance on technology as a source of entertainment, and to promote healthy family bonding, and healthy relationships with the family, physical fitness, and to combat obesity. And I ask for my colleagues' support.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Resolution 2024-0200, awarding a total sum not to exceed $250,000 to CHN Housing Capital for the Down Payment Assistance Program from the District 10 ARPA Community Grant Fund.
Move approval.
Second.
Mr. President, colleagues, as you know, I believe in housing and ways to expand home ownership. This is a program that we tried to fund in another way previously, and the first initiative did not work, and so we're pulling our ARPA money back and giving it directly to groups like CHN and HRRC so that we can either help people buy a home or help them keep it in good shape or rehab it or figure out ways to encourage more and more people to learn about what home ownership and good maintenance does as far as building wealth in our communities. I want to thank all of my colleagues for their support of this resolution.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Consideration of an ordinance of council for third reading adoption.
Ordinance 2024-0006, amending Section 704.01 of the Cuyahoga County Code to extend the additional delinquent tax and assessment collection fee from December 31st, 2025 through December 31st, 2030.
Second.
Probably moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Ayes have it. Legislation introduced by executive. Consideration of resolutions for first reading adoption under suspension of rules. Can I have a motion to suspend Rule 9D and 12A?
Mr. President, I move to suspend those rules.
Second.
Probably moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. The rules are suspended.
Resolution 2024-0255, amending the 2024-2025 biennial operating budget for 2024 by providing for additional fiscal appropriations, appropriation transfers, and cash transfers.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Mr. President and colleagues, this resolution is the regular fiscal agenda of budget amendments. OBM's answers to our questions are on your desks. The items are routine, with the following being notable. $196,836 is appropriated for Cleveland State's website, which assists people in connecting to drug abuse prevention and treatment services. This program supports our grassroots prevention effort. Given the continuing prevalence of opiate overdoses, a much larger grassroots prevention effort is needed. $360,000 is appropriated for a contract with CBRE for relocation expenses to move HHS agencies to 1801 Superior. I recommend passage on first reading suspension.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Resolution 2024-0256, approving a proposed settlement in the matter of Glass versus Clark, case number 120CV-2041, in the United States District Court for the Northern District of Ohio.
Move to adopt.
Second.
This item was previously discussed in executive session.
Council President.
We'll have a proposed substitute.
Yes, there's a proposed substitute. Trevor McAleer, County Council staff. Before you, in your packet is a proposed substitute that clarifies where $50,000 of the $300,000 is coming from. $250,000 is coming from the county's general fund, and $50,000 is being reimbursed from a third-party insurance carrier.
Move to accept substitute.
Second.
All right, any discussion on the proposed substitute? If not, all those in favor of accepting the proposed substitute say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Now, at this time, all those in favor of adopting the resolution based on its merits and as substituted, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
Council President, I'm sorry, can I get clarification of who accepted the proposed substitute in the second?
I move to accept the substitute.
And second? Thank you. Resolution 2024-0257, accepting the report containing findings and recommendations of fact finder Daniel Zeisler regarding negotiations between Cuyahoga County and Laborers International Union of North America, Local 860, representing approximately 180 employees in the classification of deputy sheriff in the Cuyahoga County Sheriff's Department for a collective bargaining agreement for the period January 1st, 2024 through December 31st, 2024.
Move to adopt.
This item was previously discussed in executive session, so I ask for my colleagues' support. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Consideration of resolutions for first reading and referral to committee.
Resolution 2024-0258, confirming the county executive's reappointment of Bishara Addison to serve on the Alcohol, Drug Addiction, and Mental Health Services Board of Cuyahoga County. And it's for the term July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2028.
This item will be referred to the Human Resources Appointments and Equity Committee.
Resolution 2024-0259, confirming the county executive's reappointment of Reverend Benjamin F. Goldston Sr. to serve on the Alcohol, Drug Addiction, and Mental Health Services Board of Cuyahoga County, and it's for the term July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2028.
This item will also be referred to the Human Resources Appointments and Equity Committee.
Resolution 2024-0260, authorizing a revenue-generating agreement with Step Forward in the amount not to exceed $323,190 for lease of space at the William Patrick Day Services Center, located at 2421 Community College in the city of Cleveland, for the period July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2026.
This item will be referred to the Public Works Procurement and Contracting Committee.
Resolution 2024-0261, making an award on requisition 13412 to Jadco Construction Services, Inc. in the amount not to exceed $559,490 for restriping and pavement markings in the Cuyahoga County Huntington Park Garage, effective upon contract signature of all parties through December 31st, 2024.
And this item will be referred to the Public Works Procurement and Contracting Committee.
Resolution 2024-0262, making an award on requisition 14474 to Independence Excavating, Inc. in the amount not to exceed, excuse me, $10,812,068.09 for the construction of 2.66 miles of shared use path along North Marginal Road connector from East 9th Street to East 55th Street in the city of Cleveland.
Mr. Chair, can I have a name added?
Let's add Councilwoman Conwell's name. And this item will be referred to Public Works Procurement and Contracting.
Thank you. Resolution 2024-0263, approving and authorizing a supplemental lease purchase agreement and related documents, providing for the refinancing of the costs of acquisition of real property and facilities, including a convention center hotel facility.
This item will be referred to the Finance and Budgeting Committee.
Resolution 2024-0264, adopting the 2024 Economic Development Plan in accordance with Section 7.05 of the Cuyahoga County Charter and Section 801.01 of the Cuyahoga County Code.
This item will be referred to the Economic Development and Planning Committee.
Resolution 2024-0265, authorizing an amendment to a contract with Alcohol Monitoring Systems, Inc. for GPS alcohol bracelets and monitoring services for the period April 1st, 2022 through December 31st, 2024, to extend the time period to December 31st, 2026, and for additional funds in the amount not to exceed $2,400,000.
This item will be referred to the Public Safety and Justice Affairs Committee. Committee report and consideration of a resolution for second reading.
Resolution 2024-0242, making an award on requisition 14199 to Galls LLC in the amount not to exceed $875,000 for furnishing uniforms for correction officers, corporals, sergeants, and lieutenants for the period January 1st, 2025 through December 31st, 2027.
And this item will move to the July 16th council agenda for consideration for third reading adoption. Committee reports and consideration of resolutions for second reading adoption under suspension of rules. Can I have a motion to suspend the rules?
President, I move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Properly moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. The rules are suspended.
Resolution 2024-0155, confirming the county executive's reappointment of Darius Houston to serve on the Cuyahoga Regional HIV Prevention and Care Planning Council for the term October 28, 2023 through October 27, 2026.
Move to adopt. Mr. Houston attended the committee meeting to express his interest in continuing to serve on the HIV Prevention and Care Planning Council. I ask for your support of his reappointment.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Resolution 2024-0214, confirming the county executive's appointment of Daniel Smith to serve on the Division of Children and Family Services Advisory Board for the term March 1st, 2023 through February 28th, 2027.
Move to adopt. Mr. Smith attended the committee meeting to express his desire and interest in being appointed to serve on the Children and Family Services Advisory Board. His passion for helping children clearly showed through, and I ask for your support of the appointment.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Resolution 2024-0231, confirming the county executive's appointment of Linda Johannick to serve on the Alcohol, Drug Addiction, and Mental Health Services Board of Cuyahoga County for an unexpired term ending June 30th, 2027.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Ms. Johannick attended the committee meeting to express her interest in being appointed to serve on the Alcohol, Drug Addiction, and Mental Health Services Board, and I ask for your support of her appointment.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Resolution 2024-0235, confirming the county executive's appointment of Chief Calvin Williams to serve on the Cuyahoga County Diversion Board for the term March 1st, 2024 through February 28th, 2027.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Chief Calvin Williams attended the committee meeting to enthusiastically express his interest in serving on the Diversion Board. Chief Williams also expressed a desire to identify ways in which cities could maximize the use of the diversion center. I ask for your support of his appointment.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Resolution 2024-0236, authorizing an amendment to a contract with Blue Technologies, Inc. for enterprise-wide print management goods and services for the period October 1st, 2019 through September 30th, 2024 to extend the time period to September 30th, 2026, and for additional funds in the amount not to exceed $2,082,811.16.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Mr. President, Tom Pavick from Public Works presented this in committee. This is a 2-year contract extension with Blue Technologies for the county's print management system for all the county printers and copy machines. They provide the leased printers, copiers, and ink for the machines throughout the county. This is funded out of the county's general fund and is budgeted item. I urge my colleagues to support this item.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Resolution 2024-0237, making an award on requisition 14230 to Shermer Construction LLC in the amount not to exceed $1,609,858.50 for pier repairs on West 150th Street Bridge, number 01.94, over Chatfield Avenue, Greater Cleveland Regional Transit Authority, Norfolk Southern Railroad, and Emory Road Extension in the city of Cleveland.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Mr. President, Eric Mack from the Public Works presented this in committee. This project includes the removal and replacement of the pier cap, bearings and patchings of the existing Pier 5 West 150th Street Bridge and extension of Emory Road in the city of Cleveland in County Council District 2. This contract award has a 10% SBE goal with it. We had one bidder for this project. This is fully funded out of the county's motor and vehicle $7.50 license tax fund, and I urge my colleagues to support this item also.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Mr. President,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
may I please have my name added?
Let's add Councilman Miller's name.
Thank you.
Resolution 2024-0238, authorizing an amendment to a Casino Revenue Fund loan agreement with the City of Euclid for the benefit of Phase 2 of the Waterfront Improvement Plan by extending the loan maturity date from July 8th, 2034 to July 8th, 2039.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Thank you. This is simply an extension of the loan. I thank the executive for introducing this to enable the city of Euclid to reinvest in the lakefront and continue to invest to conclude that project. So this will help them do that, and they've never missed a payment on a loan.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Resolution 2024-0239, authorizing an emergency rental assistance 2 loan to Gordon's Crossing, LP, or its designee in the amount not to exceed $600,000 for a mixed-use real estate redevelopment project located at the intersection of East 101st Street and Woodward Avenue in the city of Cleveland.
So I'd move adoption.
Second.
Mr. President and my colleagues, Director Parks Jackson appeared from the Housing Department to support this initiative. It will create additional housing. It is a stacked pool of funding to create more affordable housing in the greater Cleveland marketplace. I urge approval.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Resolution 2024-0240, making awards to various municipalities in the total amount of $600,000 for various projects or programs in connection with the fiscal year 2024 Community Development Block Grant Program for the period March 12th, 2024 through December 31st, 2024 for municipalities A through D.
I move approval.
Second.
Mr. President and colleagues, this was the finding of additional funds. Director Parks Jackson and I discussed how there were several programs where actually every dollar had not been used to complete a project. She had her staff review those different program funding lines and found enough to squeeze 2 in District 1 into the process, and then another 2 in my colleague to my right.
District 9.
Thank you. I blanked on your district. So, and 1 in yours, I believe. So I think this is a great way for staff to focus on where our money is and not just let it sit, but get it back out into the communities.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Please add my name.
Let's add Councilwoman Turner's name.
Thank you.
Duly noted. Resolution 2024-0241, making an award on a purchase order to the Metro Health System in the amount not to exceed $1,080,000 for reimbursements of off-site medical services for inmates for the period May 9th, 2024 through January 31st, 2025.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Mr. President, this was heard in committee. This is the unfortunate price paid with those transports from the jail to Metro Hospital. I think some good news will come of this with the new jail if and when we get going on that, and I'm hopeful that's going to be soon. And Councilwoman Conwell and Ms. Simon raised the question as far as why we're not using some funds that we provide to Metro for indigents, and we expect that to be looked into. And hopefully in the future that these dollars, this dollar figure will start sliding downward. So with the new contract with Metro also. It won't totally go away, but looking at those various ways to handle this, I think we're on the right track. Thank you.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Resolution 2024-0245, authorizing a sole source contract with Enterprise Community Partners, Inc. in the amount not to exceed $770,000 for direct client services, assisting low-income families with free tax preparation, financial counseling, legal advocacy, outreach, and education services for the period July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2026.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Mr. Chair, I ask that my colleagues to support this legislation because it will provide, as it was stated in the summary, needed services for over 2,000 families in the earned income tax credit, legal advocacy, which is done with community partnership with the Legal Aid Society, financial counseling, outreach, and education services. The total amount that is presented here is for a 2-year period. So I ask my colleagues for their support.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Consideration of resolutions for third reading adoption.
Resolution 2024-0192, authorizing an economic development loan to Jumpstart Evergreen Fund 4, LLC, in the amount not to exceed $2 million for the Jumpstart Evergreen Fund.
Move to adopt.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. This was in Councilman Strawn's committee, and he's not here, obviously not here at the moment. But I'm going to take this moment also to say, as I reviewed this item in committee, it had one of the main components of this resolution is helping grow the African American industry, companies that are African American owned, and I expect in this time period, and I do support this legislation at this time, but I do look forward to speaking with the director, Hurdick, and others as we watch this industry be supported and grown. And this contract will come around again. So I hope that we can be successful as we partner and work together with this. And
President?
Yes.
Could we ask the executive to have his economic development director meet with you and I so we can establish some goals for Jumpstart to meet, so that we don't just become unhappy in a year, but we give guidance to them, and that way, if they meet those goals, we are nothing but happy together?
That's an excellent point, and we certainly can flesh that out together. So the answer is yes. So I look forward to doing that.
Mr. President.
Councilwoman.
Thank you. You know, I actually had these questions and asked to get the information back, to come back to committee where we can talk about goals and actual data. Other than this presentation, we keep giving money to the same organization over and over again without really thinking about, are there other opportunities? And we discussed that. So I appreciate having a committee meeting when Councilman Tron comes back on this. Thank you.
Yes,
Yeah.
certainly. All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Ayes have it.
Resolution 2024-0202, adopting the annual alternative tax budget for the year 2025.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Mr. President and colleagues, this is a routine resolution to meet a state requirement that we present a preview of next year's budget. This is used to justify the need for the taxes levied.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Resolution 2024-0203, authorizing the issuance and sale of County of Cuyahoga, Ohio Economic Development Revenue Bonds, Series 2024A, for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame expansion project in a principal amount not to exceed $50 million, providing for the pledge of non-tax revenues of the county for the payment of such bonds, authorizing the execution of various documents required in connection with said bond issuance, and including an amendment to the agreement related to 2020 county bed tax increase.
Move to adopt.
Second.
This was heard in committee of the whole. Mr. President, if you want to elaborate on the expansion and improvement of the Rock Hall.
Right, well, I think that is enough said. And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Resolution 2024-0222, authorizing a revenue-generating agreement with the City of Cleveland in the amount not to exceed $871,500 for the operation of the Family Justice Center located at 75 Erie Plaza in the City of Cleveland for the period January 1st, 2024 through December 31st, 2027.
Move to adopt. Mr. President, this was heard in committee and the recommendation was adoption for this necessary, needed, and useful endeavor with Cleveland.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Committee report and consideration of an ordinance for second reading.
Ordinance 2024-0005 was held in committee.
Oh, 0005. You said that was held.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yes, it was. Miscellaneous committee reports.
Mr. President,
Yes, Councilman Miller.
my colleagues, Finance and Budgeting Committee will not meet before our next council meeting, but we will have one more meeting before the summer recess at our regular time on Monday, July 22nd at 1 p.m. And we'll have an early review of second quarter actuals and also hear the item that was referred tonight and any that are referred at the next council meeting. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. President,
Councilman.
Public Works, Procurement, and Contracting Committee will meet July 10th at 10 a.m. Councilman Miller has agreed to chair that committee since I am unavailable.
All right, thank you.
Mr. President, safety, Tuesday, 1 o'clock.
All right.
Council President?
You know what I'll share with you at this moment. I believe
On page 2.
I referred item 249 to your committee, Public Safety, and it was called Spread the Love Foundation. So we're not going to address spreading the love in public safety, but in health and human services. All right? So we're going to.
Even though there's a lot of love in public safety.
Yes, you know. All right. Love all around.
That's a lot of love in
That's
that
right.
committee.
I know. Okay, that's different.
Yes, yes.
And I am the love doctor.
Oh, my goodness. Let's hurry up and get
And
this meeting over
poet
with.
laureate of council.
All right, long time. So for the record, Resolution 2024-0249 will be referred to the Health and Human Services Committee, not Public Safety. All right. Any further committee reports?
Human Resources will meet on Tuesday, July 9th, to address the items that were submitted tonight.
All right, team, let's.
Okay, education.
It's almost over.
Oh, wait, do you?
Yes,
Community.
I think community development needs to meet staff. We have 4 items on the agenda. Okay, so I guess I got to meet. I can't blow one off, but I could blow one off, but I can't blow 4 off. So there's work to be done. Monday morning, July 8th at 10 a.m.
Okay, all right.
Education Environment, July 10th, 3 o'clock, regular time.
Health and Human Services, July 10th at 1 o'clock.
And Council President?
Yes.
Councilmember Schron is not here, so we'll make sure that we contact him. He has some items, and hopefully he will be available to have a committee meeting on Monday, July 8th at 3 p.m.
All right, who is his? Okay, all right, excellent. If there are no further committee reports, then any miscellaneous business?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I just want to mention that the Hitchcock Center for Women had their groundbreaking for, I think it was it Friday?
Yep, last Friday.
Yep, last Friday. It was a beautiful site. It was a true testament, as was done in the past with the Diversion Center. This was the same way, with everyone pitching in financially and other things that are needed. And so me and Chris have been staunch reporters, as well as a lot of my colleagues here, in terms of children being able to be with their parents during treatment. So it's a good day for Cuyahoga County.
I want to say that the councilwoman clearly picked enough pockets to get the project done, because she was picking in $100,000 increments. So congratulations on a job well done.
Thank you.
And it looks like the project will move quickly now because they closed all their gaps.
Mr. President, from left field here, if I may, I just wanted to also thank Sarah Parks Jackson. She just like Councilwoman Conwell sleuthed every stone to find the money to make this happen. And this, agree with Councilwoman Conwell, is a amazing, I think the most important housing we've been a part of in this administration for women and their children to stay with them while they're seeking treatment. And we met many residents who were grateful to the county. All of you, thank you. And it's 6-6 Guardians. I just looked. I haven't been watching all meeting, but ninth inning.
Right. Any other miscellaneous?
Mr. President?
Councilman, yes.
If, when we're done, I finally have my haiku for Ms. Simon.
Oh, okay.
Well, can I?
The floor is yours.
Well, ball goes on the tee. Driver swings down and makes contact. A good walk spoiled again.
All right. All right.
Okay.
Awesome, thank you. I
President?
Any
think
other?
that's great. We
Yes.
all have,
Who still has one to do?
Not a haiku. I had another comment.
I think all of us had haikus, except maybe these two, Stevens and Conwell.
All right, they're up next in 2 weeks. We will,
Okay, I
they
just
will be
wanna-
prepared. They have homework.
Before we
All right.
dismiss, I just wanted,
Yes.
I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that today is the 60th anniversary of the Civil Rights Act, 1964, and yet our fight for justice continues. We must continue to address ongoing discrimination and disparities, and just wanted to acknowledge today is the 60th anniversary of that historic legislation.
All right, thank you for
Okay,
that.
thank you.
Yes.
It's too bad it's gutted, so yeah.
All right. Any further, any other miscellaneous business? All right, if nothing else holds our attention, our meeting